Second read. Or six.
Okay, we're about to get started. If we can find our seats, silence our cell phones, close the back doors, side doors, I greatly appreciate it. Conversations are going to have to be done outside. We have a lot of people in here, and we're not going to be able to hear ourselves. Whoever said that can come up here and be the city clerk for the night, if you would wish. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 23rd day of April in the year 2025. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start, and the clock on my cell phone is showing 6:37 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Here, he stepped away.
All right, well, we'll mark him out until he comes back. Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Gilmore is not here yet. Councilperson DeGise.
Here.
Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
And Council President Waterman.
Here.
We have 6 council members in attendance at 6:37 p.m. Can we kindly rise from a moment of silence, please? Okay. Before we move on, I'm going to mark Councilperson Saleh present at 6:39
Where's Mira?
p.m. I did see Councilperson Gilmore, but I guess he must have stepped back out. All right, so we have 7 council members present at 6:39 p.m. On behalf of Council President Waterman and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall, the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2025, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Friday, November 15th, 2024. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Thursday, April 17th, 2025 at 7:03 p.m. to the Mayor, Municipal Council, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the newspapers, and posted on the city's website so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. I will now mark Councilperson Gilmore present at 6:40 p.m. So we now have all 8 council members present at 6:40 p.m. So council members, as discussed at the caucus on Monday, we do have one order of business to add to the agenda, and that is item 10.36, City Resolution 25-296, which is a resolution authorizing the payment of a claim submitted by Document Reprocessors of New York for the provision of document restoration services. May I have a motion to add item 10.36, Resolution 25-296 to the agenda?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to add item 10.36 to the agenda, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to add item 10.36 to the agenda. Thank you very much, council members. And now on to our regular scheduling programming. If you would allow me to read the first readings into the record, starting off with item 3.1, City Ordinance 25-050 is an ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2025 municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank and according to NJSA 40A:4-45.15A. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 25-051 is an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the dedication agreement between Grand and Jersey LLC and the City of Jersey City for certain land and improvements, located on a portion of Regent Street between Liberty View Drive and Douglas and Arthur Skinner Memorial Drive in Liberty Harbor North redevelopment area. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 25-052 is an ordinance amending Ordinance 25-010, updating construction site safety manual with a 2024 addition to include installation requirements and maintenance for air pressurized standpipes for buildings under construction or demolition, and to delete references to the 2019 edition of the construction site safety manual. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 25-053 is an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of Block 11401, Lot 14, more commonly known by the street address of 247 First Street to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. And last but not least, and something near and dear to my heart, item 3.5, City Ordinance 25-054 is an ordinance amending Chapter A 352, enabling ordinances of the Jersey City Municipal Code, renaming Courthouse Place from Baldwin Avenue to Oakland Avenue in the city of Jersey City to Robert Byrne Way. Council members are going to be taking the vote on items 3.1 through 3.5. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye for introduction, and I'm glad to see 3.5 because Robert Burns was a neighbor of mine and he's sadly missed. I suppose aye for everything.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
No on 3.1, I and all the rest, and echoing my colleagues that excited next meeting to vote to establish Robert Byrne Way, given his extraordinary service to Jersey City.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Okay, item 3.1 is introduced 7-1, with Councilperson Solomon voting no. Items 3.2 through 3.5 are introduced 8-0. And I don't know if you can see it, but there's that sun that's coming right down on me. And that's just a sign from me, from Robert, saying thank you so much. Keep that spotlight on me, Robert. I'm good. All right. Before we move on to our second reading ordinances, we have one resolution that we're going to defer to, and that's item 10.33, Resolution 25-293, which is a resolution recognizing the month of April 2025 as Sikh Heritage Month. May I have a motion to defer to item 10.33?
Aye.
Motion. Motion.
So I'm going to give the motion to Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second?
I'll second it,
Seconded by Councilperson Baggiano.
even though I firsted.
On the motion to defer to item 10.33, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to defer to item 10.33, Resolution 25-293. I will briefly read some of the resolution into the record because of the time and the length of the agenda that we have, if you don't mind. That being said, A resolution recognizing Sikh Heritage Month. Whereas the City of Jersey City is pleased to recognize and commemorate the monumental achievements of the Sikh community and desires to bring awareness for the month of April 2025 as Sikh Heritage Month. Whereas Sikhism is the fifth largest religion with nearly 30 million followers, including roughly 500,000 in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved of the City of Jersey City, the City of Jersey City hereby recognizes the month of April 2025 as Sikh Heritage Month for its dedication and contributions to this Jersey City community. Council members, let's take a vote on the resolution so we can make it official. On resolution 25-293, Councilperson Ridley.
We know that we are a city full of many different ethnicities and cultures and religions, and it's always good for us to acknowledge that. That I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Baggiano. Can't hear you.
I'm glad to vote aye, and I've known many of them for years, and they've been great to the community. I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Saleh.
I proudly vote aye. The Sikh community here in Jersey City is one of the pillars of our community. They're doctors, they're lawyers, real estate agents, they're store owners. They do everything. And it's not lost on me that after 9/11, there was a lot of incidents of bias and hate crime towards you. And there's still bias and hate crime in the world against you. And, instead of saying, hey, we're not Muslim, you're saying like, hey, don't attack us, but don't attack Muslims either. So you stood side by side with the Muslim community throughout those hard times. And I want to thank you for everything that you've done for Jersey City and continue to do. I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Solomon.
We're so lucky to have such a large, vibrant Sikh community here in Jersey City. It's always my honor to be with you at the Gurdwara, and thank you for everyone who brought this resolution forward, and I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
I proudly vote aye. Thank you for everything you do to contribute to our city.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Resolution 25-293 is unanimously approved 8-0. Congratulations. So if there's any, okay, come on. You're going to come up? So let me get this camera on you. You're ready to go.
Esteemed Council President Joyce
The
Waterman.
mic. You have to put the mic closer, yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Esteemed Council President Joyce Waterman and council members, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear friends. Now, as I stand before you, I am Arjuman Javaria. I am filled with immense pride and gratitude as we gather to celebrate not just a moment in time, but a vibrant tapestry of culture, history, and community. It is with great pleasure that I advocate for the recognition of Sikh Heritage Month, a resolution that has already found in place in the hearts of 8 other towns in Hudson County, with Jersey City now proudly becoming the 9th. This initiative transcends mere legislation. It is a testament to our unwavering commitment to diversity, inclusion, and mutual respect. By officially recognizing Sikh Heritage Month, we honor the profound contributions of the Sikh community to our society, while also fostering an environment of appreciation for the myriad culture that enrich our lives. As I introduced this resolution across 12 towns in Hudson County, I was met with overwhelming support and enthusiasm. This response reflects our shared values and our collective desire to create a harmonious community where every culture is celebrated and cherished. Let us seize this opportunity to educate ourselves and our fellow residents about the rich traditions, philosophies, and values that the Sikh community adds to our vibrant tapestry. Together, we can cultivate a spirit of unity and understanding that will resonate throughout our beloved town. Thank you, Council President and other council members, for your consideration and for joining us in this significant step toward a more inclusive future. Thank you. My name is Arjuman Javeria. I'm a pharmacist by profession and a community activist. Last year, I was honored with Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from our former President Joe Biden. I'm also a Women of Action Award from Jersey City, New Jersey Governor's Medallion Award from our Governor Phil Murphy, and Daily Point of Light Award funded by our former President George H.W. Bush. Thank you so much.
So the council is going to come down and take a photo with you guys, okay?
Thank you.
Just bear with us.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Take, and interact.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, let's maintain order while we get through. We have a lengthy agenda. All right, council members, on to our second reading ordinances. I believe we're going to have a motion to defer to item 4.5, City Ordinance 25-047.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to defer to item 4.5, City Ordinance 25-047, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to defer to item 4.5, City Ordinance 25-047. Item 4.5, City Ordinance 25-047 is an ordinance dedicating Judge James McCaffrey's former courtroom number 4 in Jersey City Municipal Court as the James J. McCaffrey Memorial Courtroom. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Before you speak, Maureen, just give me 1 second. Okay. Get the camera on you, and we're ready to roll.
My name is Maureen Hewlings. I just want to thank the council if you vote for this tonight to pass it, because James McCaffrey was one of the best people I ever met in my entire life. Everybody loved James McCaffrey. He was actually my best friend. And we greatly miss him. Everybody in municipal court, when he was a former prosecutor, anybody who knows him, loved the man. He'd be shocked that this is happening. He never realized how much he was loved and missed. So thank you.
Thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-047. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm also the camera operator. We have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-047 by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-047, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-047. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-047, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Want to tell the family that, this is really well deserved. He is a loyal son of Jersey City, a native son, and he served honorably on the bench, and he was a municipal court judge since 2018, the assistant prosecutor as well. And he was known for his generosity, judicial spirit, and passion for truth and justice. This is an honor well deserved. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 25-047 is adopted, unanimously 8-0. Congratulations to the family of Judge McCaffrey. So I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but is there anyone from the family that's here? No? Okay. I'm not putting anybody on the spot. All right. All right, council members, back to our regular order of business. As discussed at the caucus, item 4.1, City Ordinance 25-005, which is an ordinance implementing Chapter 67 pedestrian malls, Article 3, Provost Street between Bay Street and Morgan Street pedestrian mall. I need a motion to carry City Ordinance 25-005 excuse me, to the May 21st Municipal Council meeting to give us time to do the advertising and the notices. Motion made by Council President Waterman,
Second.
seconded by Councilperson Saleh, to carry City Ordinance 25-005 to the May 21st Municipal Council meeting. Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore, Councilperson DeGise,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. Motion to carry City Ordinance 25-005 to the May 21st Municipal Council meeting is approved 8-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 25-026 can I read it into the record? An ordinance amending Chapter 131 entitled Uniform Construction Codes, requiring applicants for construction permits to demonstrate prior approvals from certain city officials and agencies. Before I call for a public hearing, Councilperson Bajano, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I've been asked by several people to carry this until there's further explanations to some of the developers and people in the city. I'd like to take a vote if we can carry it.
I couldn't really hear you.
Mic is on.
You just got to move the mic a little closer to you.
Right. I'm asking, several people have asked me to have this, we can carry this until it's further explained and there's more information given out on this issue.
Go ahead, James.
I would ask the council to vote on it. We've had it before us for about 2 months. If there are changes, I'm not opposed to us making changes going forward, but there are a couple things on here that will help us enforce the payroll tax. So
Gotcha.
I don't want to delay that if there's substantive changes that keeps us 2 more meetings down the road. So I'd rather pass tonight. And if there are substantive concerns, again, we've had it for 2 months, we can address those in the coming weeks.
Okay. Right.
So are you still making a motion, Councilperson Bajano?
Yes, I've been asked to make a motion and let's see what the council says.
So we have a motion to carry City Ordinance 25-026 to the next meeting,
Yes.
to the May 7th Municipal Council meeting. May I have a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Councilperson Baggiano,
Yeah,
seconded, we're in the middle of a motion, Council.
okay, Sean.
Seconded by Councilperson Saleh on the motion to carry City Ordinance 25-026 to the May 7th Municipal Council meeting. Councilperson Ridley.
No.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Yes.
Councilperson Saleh.
Vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
No, as I said, we have provisions here to help us enforce the payroll tax for the schools that need to be implemented ASAP.
Councilperson Gilmore.
No.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
No.
And Council President Waterman. The motion to carry City Ordinance 25-026 to the May 7th Council meeting is defeated 2-6 with Council members Baggiano and Saleh voting in the affirmative. So this is a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-026. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. And if you would be kind enough to spell your name for our court reporter and do it slowly, don't speak speeding because we are not speed writers. So with that being said, Danielle.
Good evening, Danielle, Danielle, D'Adamo, D as in David, D as in David, AMO.
And just so everybody knows, I'm not going to start the clock until you're done spelling. Good? Fair? All right, let's go.
Good evening, council members. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the ordinance amending Chapter 31 to require that all necessary permits, in particularly forestry, be obtained before any construction approvals are granted. This amendment is both common sense and overdue. We saw firsthand the consequences of a fragmented permitting process just a few weeks ago with the now infamous driveway situation at 65 Turs Avenue. A developer received approval from one city department, began tearing up sidewalks and removing curbs without the proper forestry permits, and only after the work had started did our forestry department have to step in and stop it. What's worse, the developer then went ahead and re-poured the sidewalk and reinstalled the curb, again without permits, but also poured a path that clearly suggests they're still expecting to win a reversal and connect a driveway to the street. And now I hear they're planning to sue the city. This is exactly why this ordinance matters. By requiring that all necessary permits, especially those that affect our street trees and urban canopy, are secured before any construction approval, we protect our city from legal liability, reduce wasteful back and forth between departments, and prevent bad faith actors from exploiting loopholes in our system. This isn't about making it harder to build. It's about building responsibility. It's about respecting our public trees, our sidewalks, and the processes that protect them. If developers are serious, they'll do the work up front. If not, the city shouldn't have to spend time and money cleaning up their messes or fighting them in court. Let's learn from the driveway debacle and move forward with a smarter, more coordinated approach. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Kuldeep Kumar. It spells as Kuldeep, last name Kumar.
Thank you.
I'm not here to oppose this ordinance. I need some clarification on this. Does the city have the DCA approval to add these prior approvals? That's the question. Can I get an answer on this?
We were in communication with DCA.
You need approval in order to add these
Yes.
prior approval. Do you have the approval?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the other departments took longer than 6 months in reviewing the plans or giving the approval while the application was pending with the construction department, it says that the fee will be basically gone. You would have to resubmit. So what happens then? Do you have a mandate on the other department that they must give the approval within 6 months, or the time is extended?
Send this to the law department. I don't know if this.
Yeah, I mean, practically speaking, if it's required, then the law department has to get the approval and it hasn't been given yet. We're not going to charge anyone a fee, and we'll be able to extend it until that approval comes in. However, this is more to put the onus back on the applicants than it is the city department, which has been a lot of our frustration. I think the council's frustration.
Then if you read on page number 2 under section 5, ABC, denial or revocation of a construction permit, penalties as outlined in the city's construction code enforcement, suspension of any ongoing construction activities unless compliance is demonstrated. Does that apply to permits that has been issued, or this is
Johnny.
only for what's new?
What you have to do, you have to submit all the questions to them and they'll definitely answer it for you. Because we can't go back and forth like that.
But this is the most important question. After that, I want to ask other
But
questions.
give it to the
So,
legal right here and she'll answer it.
okay.
Okay, she'll answer it because we can't go back and forth because there's so
We have
many
so
people
many.
here. And we have 80 speakers.
Now, the last thing is they deleted the Construction Board of Appeals. I see that. But can they add Hudson County Construction Board of Appeals if the person had to appeal it?
Okay, Britton, you answer your questions. Go
Already
ahead.
goes to the Hudson County Board of Appeals. Right now, they've taken over, so.
Okay. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-026. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-026 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-026, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-026 is approved 8-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-026, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
No.
Councilperson Saleh.
Vote aye. This is definitely needed to collect revenues for our schools. I wasn't opposed to postponing a few weeks, but better now than ever, and good work on this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilperson Solomon.
Or just to briefly describe, there's multiple components to the ordinance, but the one that our office focused on was we did an audit of some of the largest contractors in the city and found that less than 10% had properly registered to pay the city's payroll tax. The payroll tax funds our public schools desperately needed, and homeowners have been hit extraordinarily hard with massive tax increases. And it's simply not fair to put the burden on homeowners and small businesses when contractors and large developers aren't paying what they owe. And so what this does is it's going to require them to prove when they get their certificate of occupancy that they have registered and paid for the payroll tax. It's simple, it's basic, it's fair, and it's going to do wonders to get millions of dollars for our Jersey City public schools. And so with that, I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 25-026 is adopted 7-1 with Councilperson Bajiano voting no. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.3, City Ordinance 25-045 is an ordinance amending Chapter 84, Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis, to amend regulations of cannabis establishments and cannabis distributors. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-045 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-045, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-045. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-045, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I'm abstaining, Sean.
Okay. Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Staying.
All righty. City Ordinance 25-045 is adopted 6-0-2 with Council Members Gilmore and Council President Waterman abstaining. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 25-046 is an ordinance of the City of Jersey City designating the Jersey City Municipal Council offices located at 394 Central Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey 07307 as the Michael Young Municipal Service Center. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
So, okay. Second.
Motion to close the
Anyone going on the mic?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yep.
motion to close the public hearing was on City Ordinance 25-046 was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-046, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-046 carries 8-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-046, Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say that I am happy to see this for our good friend, Michael Young, in his memory, and he will always be remembered and missed. With that, I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Bajiano.
Glad to vote aye, and Michael Young was probably one of the best residents of Jersey City. And I wish his wife was here tonight, but I believe she's in Europe. I vote aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
It's been 5 years since we lost the late Councilman Michael Youn, and we miss him every day. He was a pillar for our community. He represented us well. He was the visage of the American dream and what could be accomplished. He immigrated here, he built himself from scratch and ended up becoming the councilman and served his community honorably. And I hope this is paying proper homage to him. And we thank him and his family so much for their sacrifice. With that, I vote aye proudly.
Councilperson Solomon.
I think if Michael were up here, he'd be demanding to know how we were going to pay for this. But that's how Michael was, and we miss him every day. He was such a committed councilman, so I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
The Young family is an amazing family. I knew him when I was a little girl, and he was a pillar of the Heights then, and now his name is going to be on the building there to keep him there forever. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I really miss that man. That man was an amazing gentleman, an amazing colleague. He had no shame in beating us up here. And he did that with a smile, and he did that proudly. But it was such an amazing, wise man. I proudly vote aye for this.
And Council President Waterman. So before I recap, as the spotlight was on me when we talked about Robert's introduction of his ordinance, the spotlight then rose back to the council members. And I think that was our council person, Michael Young, up in heaven, thanking you guys for such a great honor. City Ordinance 25-046 is adopted unanimously 8-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, which is not 4.5 because we did that earlier. So we're moving on to 4.6, City Ordinance 25-048. It's an ordinance approving a 30-year tax exemption for 701 Newark Avenue LLC, Block 7902, lots 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, to be known as Block 7902, Lot 25.01, more commonly known by the street address of 693-701 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey 07306, pursuant to the New Jersey and Mortgage Finance Act of 1983, as amended and supplemented by NJSA 55:14K-1 exec, and the rules promulgated under NJAC 5:80-1 exec. This is a public hearing on this ordinance, and I do see members lining up. So again, if you can just come up to the podium, state your name for the record, and please spell your name for our court reporter, and I will not start the clock until your name is completely spelled.
Edward Perkins, EDWARD. That's Edward, and Perkins is PERKINS.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to stay on topic. My comments have everything to do with 701, and I've said it before. Part of me is happy that the room is filled with, contractors, and then part of me is very unhappy. And the very unhappy part is the fact that contractors who are born here, who live here and work here, are being neglected, spit on, have their backs turned on, first by the mayor's office, but then also too by city council. So if these people behind us don't have an ally in the mayor, there better be something that the council can do, especially when it's at least one or two members running for mayor. Like, it cannot be acceptable that people who work here or are trained cannot or are not afforded the opportunity to work here. They're being looked over, and it's not hard. It's the honest truth. By outside labor. Like, first of all, I'm hearing is non-union workers getting opportunity, and people who don't even speak English as a first language. And it's not fair. It's worse than not fair. Also, 701, fine, 90 units of affordable housing and real affordable housing, amen. But that's on that side. What about on the other side? Who do you allow to do the work? You're skipping over men and women who work here, who live here, many of who are parents, they raise families and have other obligations, like all sorts of stuff. Like, this is unacceptable. 90 units of affordable housing is fine, but you do not allow the mayor. There should be something that city council should do tonight. It should be illegal. It should be on the books that when developers come and they build, we get opportunity first. Shame on you. If you can't do it, step down, walk out, and shame. Because that opportunity belongs to us.
Well, Laverne, come on. Let's behave. All righty. Go ahead, Dan.
Please do.
Good evening, Danielle, DANIELLE, the demo, D as in David, A, D as in David, AMO. So, I am here to speak in support of Ordinance 4.6. I will admit, when I first heard about the proposal for a 30-year tax exemption at 701 Newark Avenue, I was skeptical. These kinds of long-term deals can raise red flags. But after hearing some of the particulars, especially the alignment with the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Act and the potential for revitalizing the key corridor, I see the value in moving this forward. That said, I also want to be clear that this project must be built with in-house union labor. If we're going to provide a multi-decade tax exemption, we need to make sure our local workers are the ones benefiting from it, not just developers. Union jobs mean fair wages, safety standards, and reinvestment in our own community. I support this ordinance with that expectation, and I look forward to continued conversations to ensure this project delivers for Jersey City. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Tina Knowles. Yes, I do work for Education at Gilmore, but I'm speaking upon myself. I'm going to say again, being in my community and being boots on ground, seeing that we should not be here. They should be at work right now or getting off of work or going home. We already know, we discussed this Education at Gilmore constantly because I let you know the guys on the blocks who did the training. I went myself to these developments in the square all over Jersey City. Jerry Walker had me going around and just talking to the guys and finding out where they was from. They was not from here, Jersey City. They was from out of town. To see these guys that live here and work here in Jersey City, they should be the first person that get a job. Maybe our crimes will go down. Maybe our corners are clear up. Yesterday, the cops was up there, Miss Webb. You know that because you came up there to drop off food at my safe spot that they gave me for the community for Ward F. Them guys was out there, and I feel bad because it's nothing for them to do. Now I see why, because other people have their jobs. If y'all knew that, and if y'all gave these other people jobs instead of giving it to our community, that's wrong, guys. Especially if y'all from this community, y'all was born. I wasn't born here. I keep saying I was born in Alabama. And I feel bad because I walk up and down my community every day. They should not be here. North Tower should not be here. We should be here talking about right now that we're doing a good job for our community. We did excellent, everybody working, but now we here because y'all sit up there, gave all these developments, letting them come in our community and giving other people jobs. That's not right. They should have union and they should have a job. Tonight when we walk out, make sure we let them know that they got a job and that we have their back as one as a community. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, council members. My name is Adrian Orozco, ADRIAN.
Good fast. Sorry. ADR.
IAN.
Yep.
Last name ORO, Z as in zebra, C as in cherry, O.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, council members. Like I said, I'm Adrian Orozco. I am the New Jersey political director for 32BJ SEIU. We're the largest property service workers union in the nation. We represent 15,000 building service workers that live here in New Jersey, including janitors, security guards, maintenance workers, that all play a vital role in keeping our communities clean, safe, and functioning. Contrary to some opinions, 1,500 of these members live right here in Jersey City. Tonight, I speak in strong support of the proposed tax abatement for 701 Newark Avenue. We all know that Journal Square is rapidly undergoing a transformation. But many new developments here have excluded the working people who have long called Journal Square their home. This project, on the other hand, is a great example of what development in Jersey City should do. Create much needed affordable housing and good union jobs for the community. 701 Newark Ave would generate hundreds of union jobs during construction. The developer has also committed to providing a living wage and affordable quality health care for the long-term building service jobs once the project is completed. By ensuring that these jobs provide family-sustaining wages and benefits, we will be lifting up working families in Journal Square. Raising standards is an essential way to combat growing wealth inequality. Crucially, this plan will provide truly affordable housing by requiring 25% of the units to be affordable for families making 50% or less of the average median income. This means homes for working families who are shouldering the heaviest burden of rising costs across the economy. If we don't address the housing crisis by increasing the supply of affordable housing units, long-term Journal Square residents are at risk of being priced out of their community. For all these reasons, we strongly support this development and encourage the council to approve it. We celebrate the diversity of Jersey City and that of Journal Square, which is the heart of that diversity. Let's invest in Jersey City's future, create good jobs, and ensure that working people can thrive in this vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lonzel Battle, Lonzell, last name Battle, Battle. I'm here in support of the act. Long story short, I have called Jersey City my home for the last 18 years where I met my lovely wife. Now I have 2 kids. I really enjoy living in Jersey City, but it's becoming a little bit more unaffordable. I'm kind of looking for a new apartment. Having more affordable apartments, I believe, will help bring the level playing field to Jersey City with affordable housing. I just joined 32BJ. We in negotiation right now, and I'm very happy that I know a union has my back. Sorry. I truly believe having union jobs will help out everybody. Just because short term with the construction and long term with the workers that will work in the building. Having long term union jobs, I believe, help out the middle class. If you really want to help
Lonzel, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you just got to make sure we're staying on the topic of the actual ordinance.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So with passing this bill will help out pretty much the long term middle class, which would be me, for 30 years or whatever. I'm sorry if I'm being rambly, but helping out short-term and long-term union workers, I believe, help out Jersey City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council President Waterman, Rivera, Shalez, Solomon, Frank Gilmore, Amy DeGise, Richie Bogiano, and Denise Wrigley. I'm here. My name is Patrick Keller. I'm the Hudson County Building Trades, representing all the trades behind me on We had some speakers before us speaking about the climate. Here's a project with the developer I met during COVID and his father talking about affordable housing, about project. Here's the highest, 25% affordable housing for a project. There should be 25% of affordable housing in each district you control. And you know what? I was down at the National Building Trades with 5 of the big pension unions across the country. And I'm going to do a symposium here for all you people about getting workforce, affordable housing, so the men and women behind us can afford to live in Jersey City and build those buildings for you. You know, I've always helped you. Whenever you needed somebody into the program, you just call me. So there's 700 building trades job for men and women. I had 100 and something applications, Plumbers Local 14. And you know what? 3 Jersey City women didn't make it the application. I made it a point. I have grants now through the state that we're going to get him in as tradeswoman working for the contractor that's going to build that building there. So that's what it. Look around up at the square in the city. When it's built with organized labor, the job gets done safely and on time. All the stuff up at the square and other places up there, they should be ashamed letting people like that come to this city and ruin what's happening up there. Organized labor will always be with you and always support you. So I would love for you to make sure this ordinance goes through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Tom Zupa, ZUPPA, Ward C resident. To the men and women of organized labor, thank you for all you do. The people in this room ask a lot of you. They ask for checks. They ask you to walk and campaign. It's time to show up for you tonight. Seeing a 30-year abatement gives me pause as well, but we need to outweigh the benefits and look at the project itself. This council granted 2 30-year tax abatements for the Pompidou project, which has 0 affordable housing, 0 union labor, and it's a project the city can't afford. This project,
That's not true.
This project here on Newark Avenue shows, or can show, if you're serious about affordable housing in Journal Square, in a neighborhood where residents are getting pushed out, they're not enjoying the Renaissance because they can't afford it, then vote for this project. 90 affordable units for those who need it most. A studio apartment with the abatement is $975 for a studio. If we're serious about not pushing residents out for luxury housing, vote for this abatement. If we're serious about responsible development and you're tired of the streets being a disaster, of pedestrians having to walk into oncoming traffic, and the lack of enforcement that this city shows to development projects, vote for this project. And put the trust in the men and women of organized labor who live in the city, they work in the city, and they deserve to build in the city. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Nicholas Mazzella. That's spelled Nicholas Mazzella. I just wanted to come up here tonight and say that I'm a huge proponent of union labor, and I truly believe that this project will immensely enrich your community. It's so important to have a project labor agreement on a project like this to ensure that the project is done correctly by people who are trained properly for years. And it really levels the playing field, sets the rules for the contractors bidding this project. And it's very important. And go union.
Paul Roldan, Roldan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time.
Paul, Paul Roldan, Roldan, D as in David. Business manager, Labor's Local 3. 35-year resident, Jersey City. Currently residing in Kearney, still a Hudson County resident. Obviously here to speak on behalf of the 701 Newark Avenue project. PLAs, again, as you've heard, from not only community members, but fledgling politicians, more important, residents, the residents that actually vote for you guys, that live in your community, that want to work in your communities, are speaking in favor and on behalf of this project. And here we are once again with another bite at the apple, all right, to get it done right, okay? We understand the circumstances behind a tax abatement and the effects that it has on the people that have home ownership in Jersey City. But the results, the facts speak for themselves. PLAs and union projects, you don't have to chase your employee tax on union jobs. You know why? Because they pay them. for their employees, right? They pay health care. They pay benefits and pensions and Social Security and unemployment. They don't circumvent those funds like other projects that are going on now in Jersey City. I could count on one block, 4 high rises that are being built open shop. It's a shame. It's a shame what really transpired over the past 7 years in this city in terms of construction, and what it's done to the community and the people, the natives that live here in Jersey City, that want to continue to live here in Jersey City. And this is one of the results, or one of the consequences, the fact that these jobs are being let out to open shop contractors and allowing developers to come in here and pilfer and exploit workers is one of the reasons why Jersey City residents can no longer live in Jersey City. So if you give a lot of these most of them are from Jersey City, work for the unions, an opportunity to work on these jobs, then maybe they can continue to pay and buy gasoline and buy groceries in your communities. Okay? So I'm in favor for this PLA, and to abstain from this vote is a vote no, and it's a vote against the unions. I just want you to know that. Okay? And you got another chance to get it right, and I'm hoping you guys do the right thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Fiore Rogers.
You don't have to.
You don't need to.
No.
Okay. Hudson County Builders Trades represents 18 construction units. All the workers are certified. We saw firsthand the disaster of using non-union workers at 100 Montgomery, uncertified, working at night, knocking down retaining walls. That would not happen with union workers. Wasted funds. They're redoing everything now. Developers need to hire Jersey City workers, union workers. They need to invest in Hudson County. Why do we have a union? Why is there a Hudson County union if we're not using it?
You can bring the mic up to you, sir.
Ben Przewozny, Przewozny.
I'm sorry.
It's Irish.
Your first name is Ben, B-E-N?
Yes.
And last name again?
P like Peter, Rzewozny.
I really appreciate you spelling that twice for me. Thank you.
Ward F resident. I'm in favor of this. I would like to see a Hudson County clause get put on the PLA, but I'll take the PLA if it could go. I take the 87 bus to the square every day to go to work, except it doesn't stop there. I got to get on the path and go to Newark. I don't think that's right with the amount of construction going on in the square.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Jim McGreevy, MC, capital Greevey. Following the rules. To Madam President, to members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. I understand, as it was shared, individuals' concerned about the nature of a 30-year tax abatement. But I believe this project and projects like it are uniquely qualified for such an abatement. Union work sets a standard, not only in the state of New Jersey, but indeed nationally, and provides for pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs that train for the best qualified skilled labor. In addition, this particular project will provide 360 units, of which 90 of them are affordable. In fact, the equivalent of 50% of AMI. So what we see here today is the prospect of union labor, Hudson County union labor, 90 units of affordable housing at AMI, and the opportunity to employ our own sons and daughters to build in Jersey City. On a parochial note, I'm proud of the work that New Jersey Reentry does with the laborers to provide a program entitled P2A, Pathways to Apprenticeship that basically enrolls young men and women from the community to enter the building trades. What we are doing in this project is creating an economy that ensures that men and women from Jersey City and Hudson County not only have the skills necessary to build, but we're building with quality union. We're also providing an opportunity for the next generation of union labor. And we're also providing for the third rail, the third leg of quality, affordable housing. This project merits this abatement. And with respect, I would argue this is the type of project that strongly deserves this type of abatement. I just want to say thank you to all those assembled, but most importantly, for the next generation of union labor, that we continue to sustain and strengthen our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jim.
My only concern with the developer is that he hired Harrington, but
Sean, make sure they stay on topic here, okay?
Good evening
I'm
again.
doing favors.
Should I say my name for the record again? No.
You can.
Philippe.
You don't have to spell it though.
Okay. I'm here to support this project. I'm not a fan of tax abatements, but we are getting 90 affordable units. And this is the only way to keep Jersey City residents in Jersey City. I remember working on PLA when Chico Ramchal was a councilman. I worked as a confidential aide. I'm asking the union to employ as many Jersey City residents as possible. I'm also giving 64 affordable units in my own project because I believe in giving back to Jersey City residents as I have always lived in Jersey City. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Charles Harrington of Conifoli on behalf of the applicant. I'm not going to regurgitate what I said at the caucus. Don't worry about that. I just, wanted to say this. We believe it's a win-win for the city here. You do have a project that is committed to 100% union labor. I have the project labor agreement in hand, executed by all the parties. So I think it's tremendous because you don't have these opportunities often. It's approximately 650 construction jobs, and then you have the permanent jobs after that will all be union labor as well. I think that with the 90 affordable units, again, they will all be restricted to tenants with 50% or less of AMI, which is, I think, a tremendous demographic in need. And then what I wanted to add, because this is something we talked about tonight with my client, sometimes you have limits on the affordability as far as terms. My client is committed to have the affordability in perpetuity. What that does, it makes this a generational benefit. It's not, sometimes they're 15 years, 30 years, 20 years. This is his commitment. So it's not just the next generation or this generation. It'll go on in perpetuity. And I think that's very important.
To make sure it's in the contract.
I'm committing on the record for everybody, and we will put it.
Perfect.
We will put it in.
Perfect.
That's right.
Absolutely. It'll be put in writing. It'll be memorialized in a deed and a restriction.
Okay.
Perfect.
Got it.
Motion.
Thank you.
Wait.
Oh, Laverne.
Motion. Laverne. Oh my God. Sean, start her time, Sean.
Laverne, what I do? Come on and address us. Come on, there's a lot of people here. Let's stay focused because you want everybody to stand up. Come on, address us.
I'm gonna dress you real good too.
Come on, Laverne.
Real good.
Yeah,
because I'm a developer too.
Right. That's right.
Affordable houses.
Okay.
All right. Let's get it right.
Okay.
And I got 2 nephews in that union back there.
Okay.
And it's a daggone shame they got to go out of Jersey City
to work.
Get work.
I agree.
Okay. All this development in Jones Square, and then none of them, this union people, got none of them jobs. This the first one in Jersey City and Donald Square that this developer is giving to us Jersey City people. Not only not he's doing that,
Right.
he's doing the permanent, affordable houses. He's giving jobs.
That's a lesson.
What? I'm trying to find out what I missed. That he's getting a hard time for this. If we don't need this up here in Jones Square, y'all let me know why.
Mm-hmm.
If we got it downtown 40-something years ago in Newport, and it's all over the hood, what's wrong with up here and then giving Jersey City people jobs? I'm trying to find out what am I missing? What am I missing? That they can get a hard time to this man. Man, he said, you know what? He said, if I do this here, permanent, he said, it should be here when I'm gone. I said, it's all right. Then you got something that you're leaving behind for the community. You understand? He's working with the community. He's cultivating our area. He's giving my boy over there, my big brother, that's having a hard time with this, Bogiana, I got your back. And anything ain't right, me and you gonna talk about it.
That's right.
We're gonna make it right. You understand that, Bogiani? You understand that? Me and you got this together. And we're gonna make it work for our community in Jones Square. And these jobs and these housing. It ain't about me, it ain't about it's about our people having somewhere to live. And they're gonna have permanent resignation. They can't put them out. You hear me? You can't put them out till they die. They're gonna live in that affordable apartment. I got a lady 45 years down here living. They can't put her out till God call her home. The council, Ward F Council, this should be a blessing for you. Because they always want to put everything in our community. So now you can build something in another community. And you can run on that. And tell them I helped support some affordable housing in Jones Square. And I thank you. And I pray for you all to do the right thing.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-048. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Okay.
So I heard the first motion, I believe, by Councilperson Gilmore. And then I'll give the next to Soleil. Yeah, see, we want to be fair. Thank you, Council President.
I'll take it.
On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-048, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Soleil.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to close a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-048. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-048, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Soleil.
I just want to say, I've done the math on this, and I've had the conversations. Initially, I was a no, but digging deeper on this, it is 20 to 50% AMI, which is the lowest income strata that you could possibly build for. It is 25% affordable housing, which is approximately 90 units. The return on investment for the developer is 11% when industry standard is 20%. So this is literally the lowest that I've ever seen. A studio will cost $975 a month to rent at this, building. A one bedroom is $1,022. 2 bedroom is $1,212. 3 bedroom is $1,386. Without the pilot, it would endanger the financial feasibility of this project because HMFA will penalize them with the higher the allowable debt service coverage, which requires 3 years of the property taxes up front. So I just wanted to put that on the record because my residents, they expect me to do the work, and that's why I proudly vote aye for this. Thank you.
Councilperson Solomon.
Yeah, I mean, for me, looking at this, I do contrast it with the Pompidou, which I was opposed to. There was no affordable housing in that abatement. There was a small amount of union labor for the museum, but not for the towers. And here we have 25% affordable, which is bumped up from 20%. We have permanent jobs that are affordable, permanent jobs that are union, as well as the construction jobs. And we just desperately, desperately need this affordable housing in Jersey City. So we got to do what it takes to get it built. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I was initially going to abstain, because I feel like without the pilot, they was going to do 20%. With the pilot, they was only going to do 5%. And I really hate to give this area an abatement, seeing that all this development is going on up there. But in light of them having this PLA agreement, and then in light of, hold on, let me check with legal. Chuck said they were putting this affordable in perpetuity. Is there, how can we make sure that this is something?
It's going to go in the deed. So
Oh, it's gonna go in the deed?
gets recorded. Yep. No.
Okay. So in light of all of that, I'm gonna vote aye for it. But I will say this, I'm not taking no victory lap just by what people saying. I'm going to point out, because I'm going to be at that site. And if I don't see people from my community on that site, I'm going to call out Pat. I'm going to call out Chuck. I'm going to call all you guys out, because you're coming down here saying that you're going to make sure Jersey City residents get jobs. So if they don't, be ready to go viral. I probably will aye.
Thank you. Councilperson DeGise.
Before I vote, Councilman Bogiano wanted to make a statement that he was too excited that he forgot to make.
All right. Yeah. While I have been critical of this project since the beginning, it's too important to the residents of Ward C in need of affordable housing and to the unions to let this fall apart at the final hour. That's why I said yes. However, I am very disappointed with the city and administration with how they presented this project. Since the beginning, they tried to change the parking regulations and have moved the goalpost on this several times. So let's be clear, this should have never happened this way. This was property the city owned, and we should have included the union requirement and the affordable housing from the beginning. Going forward, I want the council to have a say in this from the beginning. We shouldn't be selling properties at such general prices and then allowing tax abatements, which further burden our homeowners and residents. We can and should be demanding things from developers from the start. I am calling on the law department and administration to work with me to make sure that happens. I also want to say that myself and a couple of the other council people here, we had affordable housing passed in Journal Square about 6 months ago, but you read very little about it. So I'm very happy about this. And as I said, I voted yes. Thank you.
Okay, back to Councilperson DeGise.
Thank you. I proudly vote aye. I was always an aye, but I would like to thank the union membership for coming out today, for always holding us accountable and reminding us what's important here. Please know that you have, friends in all of us up here, and that we're rooting for you every day. But yes, vote aye.
Excuse me. Councilperson Rivera.
I mean, from the beginning, man, I was always an aye, union strong all the way. Congratulations. And like Councilperson Frank Gilmore said, we really want to see Jersey City people there, 100%. I vote aye.
Council President Waterman.
I vote aye, but I want to just thank the developer, because I know he went through a lot of changes. And that's what sometimes people don't understand. To get the project to the goal line, he adjusted that project numerous of times to make sure he get back to the community. But this sets a precedence because we given a tax abatement and you give at least 25% of affordable housing. Now the rest of developers that are out here hear us well. Lease come with that amount. Hear me. These come with that amount and with the union labor, and you probably can get a past the goalpost. So with that, I proudly vote aye.
You completed your statement, Council President? I'm sorry.
Okay, City Ordinance 25-48 is adopted unanimously 8-0. Okay,
All
thank
right,
you
they're
so
going
much.
now.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can exit quietly.
Go ahead. Sean, just give us 3 minutes when they clear out. Yeah. They're done,
We're going to take a short 3-minute recess. All right, where are my council members? I see Councilperson Ridley coming to. We got 5. All right, let's rock and roll. Members of the public, can we please have order? Woohoo! I guess we have another municipal clerk in the audience. I got to worry about my job security. All right. We're on the last second reading ordinance, item 4.7, City Ordinance 25-049. It's a franchise ordinance granting permission to St. George and St. Seduta Coptic Orthodox Church to encroach onto the public right-of-way along the frontage of 395 Sip Avenue, block 11801.01, lot 1 and lot 3. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-049 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-049, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
The way.
Don't you? He's absent. Councilperson Saleh.
Stepped away too.
See, I thought you were going to say aye, Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion to close the public hearing carries on City Ordinance 25-049. 6-0 with Council members Baggiano and Saleh absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-049, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh is still not back. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-049 is finally adopted 7-0 with Councilperson Saleh absent. Council members, before we move on to our public speakers, we do have to untable one of the ordinances, which is 11.5 City Ordinance 23-078. It's an ordinance adopting amendments to the Land Development Ordinance regarding definitions, Section 345-6, and cannabis establishments and distributors, Section 345-60.5. This ordinance was tabled after the close of the public hearing, and it's also a companion ordinance to the ordinance that we previously just adopted earlier, 4.3 City Ordinance 25-045. So, council members, I need a motion to untable City Ordinance 23-078.
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson DeGise. On the motion to untable City Ordinance 25-078 from the agenda, tabled agenda, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh has not returned. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 7-0 to untable City Ordinance 23-078 from the tabled agenda with Councilperson Saleh absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 23-078, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Abstain.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Councilperson Saleh, would you like to cast your vote on City Ordinance 23-078, which we untabled from the tabled agenda? It's a companion ordinance to the ordinance that we adopted earlier, 25-045 cannabis.
Vote aye.
Okay.
It's the cannabis, right?
Yep, this is the land development one. That's the companion. So, City Ordinance 23-078 is adopted 6-0-2 with Councilperson Gilmore abstaining and Council President Waterman abstaining. That will conclude our second reading ordinances. On to our public speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be calling the number and the first name of the public speakers. Remember, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Sean,
And-
sorry.
And we have a lengthy list of public speakers, so please adhere to the 3 minutes. And with that being said,
Sean,
yes,
can I ask, can I do the vote for the Orthodox Church?
sure.
We did it, Yusuf. You late.
No, he was out.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Yeah.
He missed it. Keep going, Sean. He's going back.
So that would be city.
Come on, I gotta go home, Sean.
1 second. I vote aye.
You know, the council is doing that, not me.
I'm sorry. What?
They're just
One
playing
moment,
with
Laverne.
me, Laverne.
Okay.
So, Councilperson Saleh, you're voting aye on City Ordinance 25-049, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
That will, let me just recap that ordinance. So now City Ordinance 25-049 is finally adopted unanimously 8-0. On to our public speaking portion. Our first public speaker, let me make sure I got the camera on you, is Laverne, 5.1. Go ahead, Laverne.
Council, I just want to thank you guys what you did tonight about the affordable housing project, and I hope there'll be more coming up that we can vote on and work together on, and that our community will grow so people will stop living in the street and calling me looking for apartments. And the other thing I want to address about the curb cutting, we got a lot of people out there doing them jobs, and they're not a Jersey City people, and they doing curb cutting in my area, in Lafayette area, on Randolph, the Junction, and they taking curbs that was already curb cut, and they ain't in bad shape. They're not in bad shape, and they redoing them. It's like they messing up taxpayers' money. I can see the ones that wasn't none there, but they redoing the ones that was there, and they're not in bad shape. And then there's no jobs for nobody in Jersey City. The contractors from out of state, not out of state, but out of Jersey City, that doing the curb cut. And I just don't get it. We here talking about jobs tonight and union, and ain't none of those people live in the city because the people's trucks are not Jersey City. They're doing the curb cuts all around in our area. The only people that's there is tag people, what the people work with Pat the Mel down here. The people that, what you call them, street people? The ones that work when they're doing work in the street? The flag people. They're the only ones that's from our city that's working. But the developers that's doing all the work, you guys should look into that. Really. You really should. And they don't even speak English. And they're around here, and some of the curves don't need to be done again. Why are they tearing up good curves? I don't get it. There was 2 not done, and there was 2 already done right there on Harmon and Randolph where I live. I said, why are you tearing them up? Blah, 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 blah. They act like they didn't understand what I was saying to them. They went on and they did it. Go check it out for yourself. I thank you. Y'all have a blessed evening.
Laverne, some of what is it, ADA compliance that we yeah. So that's why some of all of the curves, most of them have to be done over up to 80 ADA compliance.
Okay, but they didn't look like they needed to be done.
Yes.
Thank you, Laverne. All right, thank you. But still, find out about the job.
Oh, yes.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.2, Tina.
She left, Sean. Oh no, she right there. Who's there right?
Come on, Councilman Gilmore. You know she didn't leave.
I thought she stepped out.
You know what it is? He knows the draft is coming up. He's messing with me already. It's not even football season yet.
Stop that yawning, Education again. Hi guys, my name is Tina Knowles. Yes, I work for Education to Get More, but I'm speaking upon myself. I want to say justice for Drew. Justice for Drew. I want to say, in each area in the community, I keep talking about it, that I believe that we need a safe spot. A space spot could be anywhere that anybody have a business or a nonprofit in the community. So you would be able to go to that safe spot to let them know what's going on in the community. By me saying that, I say that because I live in Ward F in the middle of the community, and I realize by me having that safe spot in my community, a lot of people walk in to let me know what they need. I thank God we was able to partner up with housing, so they was able to let us know when the applications is coming out for next month for Section 8, because that's one of the important things in my community. We have a lot of homeless, a lot of people sleeping in their cars and stuff. I guess a lot of people wouldn't know that's doing this type of job, because I'm learning a lot of people sit in the office. That's the type of jobs they have. But if you was actually out in the community, we would have been solved this problem. We wouldn't be still talking about this. We would be doing something new. But I realized, because I see a couple of them sitting in their office when I go past by me working for the city hall now. I believe that we should come out in the community so we can find out what everyone needs in the community. I want to thank you guys for passing that. That's so important. Maybe we could change the next generation. I taught my kids at an early age, at 16, to start filling out for applications, low apartments applications, because of what was going on in our community. Just like me, as they mom, they realized I was working as a teacher, happened at the school closed. I went down for a minute. So I'm always educating. It's like a mission of what we go through in life. And what we go through in life, we're supposed to bring it back to the community and change it. But I see some people don't get the mission. It's just about them and their family. I said that when I ever came out to advocate for my community, yes, it's about me, my family, and my health, but it's not. It's about the community of what we need. So as today, I just want y'all to say, let's come together as one. Not downtown, not up on the hill, not Ward A, Ward D. Let's come together as a community, as we supposed to be, as we all can grow. Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker, 5.3, Edward.
Okay. First of all, I saw 2 days ago, or was it yesterday morning, and I'm gonna say this on the record. I was driving here in Jersey City, I think on Route 440 in Municipal Avenue. And just recently, there have been 30 or 40 or 50 full-up signs for governor placed there on the highway. And that was very traumatizing for me riding by. I spend a lot of my time and my energy making sure that I can do whatever I can to let people know that he's bad for us. He's been bad for Jersey City, and he'll be really bad for our state. So I want everybody to know that. And if you ride by there and see stuff like that, like take pictures and videos and share it with people and share your sentiments and stuff like that about it. But I need more information, Councilman Gilmore, on what's happening with Arrive Together in our city. Apparently, Director Shea told us that we're worth 8 hours a day with a social worker who rides, or 8 hours for 1 day a week. And, well, that ain't good enough. Well, that ain't good enough. Well, that ain't good enough. there's talk about a $25 million surplus in the budget. And I'm like, okay, so the city has money. We have important obligations that we could try to take care of. So is there extra money in the pot for issues that you all could begin to address? And I see the $755 million budget proposal, I think, if I'm quoting it correctly. But more importantly, like, where's the equity in all the departments? That's like really the most important thing. The equity in these budgets for the departments. Like, we need recreation in our law departments and our library departments, and just every department to be resourced and equitably resourced. And just sharing again my sentiments on how disgusting it is here in this city that our administration and even our city council can allow for developers to continue to do work here and people here not benefit. And 25% of affordable housing is fine. The Bayfront was 35. So we want to continue looking forward. Okay, so 25 is 25, but Bayfront was 35. That's 8,000. So just continue to try to do better, because we need more than 25% affordable housing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.4, Bill. I didn't see Bill here tonight. Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.5, Noemi. Noemi's not here. Next, 5.6, Gina. Don't say it, Councilperson Gilmore. I was going to say you're not here. Or you left.
Unbelievable. Good evening, Gina Davison, Ward F. I actually say Ward F because I've been in Ward F for 10 years and would still be in Ward F if Stephen Fulop wasn't wasting our tax dollars to fight for a gerrymandered ward map. So technically, I'm now actually Ward B, and as a resident of Ward B, I'm asking you to please vote no on Resolution 25-294, appointing a new council leader. Seems like we're rushing this, seems like we're not taking enough time, and it seems like there are other folks that are interested in the position who would like to be interviewed. So let's slow this down and not just stick somebody in as leader of our ward without due process. The other thing I wanted to bring up tonight is I want to continue to talk about how your constituents are feeling betrayed by your support of this mayor who has run away with his power. I want to be clear about what radicalized me against Mayor Fulop. I've mentioned to you all many times I was a supporter of him in his first term, but there are 3 incidences that really changed my mind about him, and I want to be clear about that with you all. Number 1 was during that tax reevaluation, and at the time I was a property owner, both a resident and a landlord, and I had no problem with the taxes going up at that time because we were getting services. We were getting protected bike lanes and pedestrian plazas and trees and composting programs. But now we're not getting any of that, it seems like. And after that tax reval, we watched families have to move out of their homes that they had owned for generations. And when people started to say this reval didn't work right, our mayor was nowhere to be found to help people, seniors who were kicked out of their homes and couldn't afford their taxes. The second instance was when George Floyd was killed. And we didn't see our mayor at any of the events. Instead, he sent the ESU, the Emergency Services Unit. He sent undercover plainclothes cops. He sent basically a small militia to protect the downtown pawn shop. But he wasn't there, nor did he come out publicly and say that there's an issue of policing in this country. And so the third thing that radicalized me against Mayor Stephen Fulop in the past 12 years is the murder of Andrew Washington. One of Mr. Fulop's staff members murdered one of his residents. And within 12 hours, Mr. Fulop said it was a justified killing. That family had to learn about that in the news, that Mayor Fulop had called it a justified killing. Could you imagine if one of your loved ones died and you had to find yourself in that situation? So shame on y'all for continuing to support this man who does not support us. Justice for Drew.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.7, Danielle.
Good evening again. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge the cancellation of the Israeli flag raising ceremony scheduled for April 30th. This is not simply about a flag. It's about what that flag represents. Right now, during one of the most devastating humanitarian crises in recent memory, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including thousands of children. Entire neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble. Families have been erased from existence. The scale of suffering is insufferable. In this moment, raising the Israeli flag in front of City Hall is not a gesture of cultural pride. It is a political statement. And for many in our community, especially our Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim neighbors, it feels like a public endorsement of state violence. It sends the message that their grief, their humanity, and their calls for justice are invisible. I'm glad that the third annual Palestinian flag raising will take place this year. That event is rooted in peace, pride, and cultural survival. But even in announcing it, I know it will not erase the pain many feel when the city chooses to honor the government that is inflicting that suffering, especially while disabling public comments about it. That's not civic dialogue, that's silencing. And that contrast is especially troubling tonight when you will vote on two resolutions that show the city's deep concern for our community's well-being. First, a resolution calling on the FAA, relevant federal and New Jersey state agencies, to immediately prohibit low-flying helicopters over Jersey City and Hoboken. Secondly, a resolution authorizing Jersey City to partner with the McGinley Square Community Board in applying for county grants funding to acquire land for the Glenwood Community Garden at 128 Glenwood. These resolutions show that this council understands how policy impacts real lives. So I ask you plainly, how does the April 30th flag raising align with those values? If we are protecting neighborhoods from noise pollution, if we're investing in spaces where communities can heal and grow, how can we also host an event that will inflict emotional distress on a significant portion of this city? We cannot cherry pick whose trauma matters. We cannot say we stand for unity, compassion, and public wellness while ignoring the pain this flag raising will cause. I ask you, please cancel the April 30th event. Show the people of Jersey City that you hear us, that you see all of us, and that this city can lead with courage, compassion, and conscience. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.8, Sherman. Ready when you are.
My name?
You can just speak.
Shereen McCormick. I encourage you all to vote yes to Resolution 25-264, whose purpose is to allow MSCB 501c3 in partnership with the city to apply for various grants lined up as the very first step for 128 to hopefully be acquired and preserved as a public green space, pocket park, and community garden. It's urgent that this be approved tonight to hit the Hudson County open space deadline for up to $500,000 of reimbursement. It's a first step towards pursuing a dense blocks green urban oasis of nearly 25 years. That's over half my life. My neighbors have been pro-responsible development, speaking in support of many projects, at least 5 recently. The mayor thinks ours is a great project. This is a unique, special opportunity. And after assembling the funds, we feel confident that the city will be in a position to have a conversation with the owner and work it out. And we hope for a win for all. We can again grow and conserve at this urban oasis. We can pass the torch of knowledge and teach generations to come. We can become good ancestors. We seek the greater and the greener good. This is a real opportunity, and it all starts becoming possible with your vote tonight. We need this opportunity for grants today and tomorrow. We're welcoming in 500 new neighbors, university students across the street who that space served and who it can serve again. We're an urban aid adversely stressed, overburdened community with lower income, higher immigrant population, and less English spoken. And our immigrant and refugees families were served here before, and they can be again. Our petition got 250 plus signatures in only a few days. Our 501c3 group of volunteers has pledged to restore and maintain the property and bring it all back, but even better with amazing free public programming. We want to grow fresh produce, conserve wildlife habitat. We want to restore a meet and greet community space for the public to welcome, unify, heal, learn, and grow, and offer environmental education and recreational yoga, meditation, nutrition, wellness, internships, and partnerships. After 2 years of turning our situation into one that empowers community with hope, passion, and knowledge, it is with joy that we appear here tonight. We gratefully receive support from the city, the mayor, the business administrator, the county commissioner, council letters from so many of you and so many local organizations, and we hope for all of you to proudly support this resolution tonight. Additionally, I wanted to celebrate that it's Native Plant Month tonight. And the last thing I wanted to speak on is the Ward B interim council position. We have an opportunity here to do the due diligence.
Thank you.
And
Time is up.
democratic,
Thank you.
transparent,
Thank you.
consistent
Time is
process.
up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
5.9, Tom? Okay. 5.10, Philip. I don't think I've seen. 5.11, Robert.
I'd also like to urge passage of Resolution 25264 to apply for grant funding to help acquire 128 Glenwood Avenue as a park and community garden. Preserving this space will preserve wildlife habitat in the midst of the city, provide gardening opportunities for many who lack access, and provide a community gathering space in an area that's sorely in need of them, among many other benefits. It will be a permanent benefit to the block, McGinley Square, and the entire city that'll far outweigh the initial cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.12, Mira.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Since the last time I was here in November of 2023, urging the City Council to support a ceasefire resolution, which all but three, and thank you to Saleh, Gilmore, and Borgiano, all but three voted down, Israel has exercised and made known to the world its full genocidal intent to, as I quote Netanyahu, mow the lawn and ethnically cleanse Gaza of all its Palestinian inhabitants. Right now, the number one killer of children worldwide is Israel. Let me repeat. The number one killer of children worldwide is Israel. By dropping the equivalent of 4 Hiroshima bombs on Gaza, the area of the approximate size of Central Park, and cutting off all food, water, medicine, electricity, and fuel, the death toll of those murdered by Israel with billions of our tax dollars and U.S.-made bombs is now over 60,000 people, with 20,000 of those being children. Since the last time I stood here, Israel has destroyed all the hospitals, schools, universities, churches, mosques, apartment buildings, and refugee camps in Gaza. Its soldiers have raped doctors to death, assassinated 206 journalists, and murdered over 400 aid workers. The ICC has called for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Foreign Minister Gallant on the charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Since the last time I stood here, President Biden lost the presidential race due to the fact that he ignored the majority of his base that were demanding a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Despite the fact that the mainstream media has been silent on the genocide being perpetrated on the people of Gaza, and despite the fact that politicians who have been bought off with Zionist money continue to support Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza and the West Bank, despite all of this, 56% of U.S. voters want to see an end to this Holocaust. Shame on Jersey City for choosing to raise a flag of a state that has become a symbol of genocide, infanticide, scholasticide, meticide, apartheid, occupation, and ethnic cleansing. I urge the City Council to salvage Jersey City's
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Israeli flag-raising ceremony
Thank
on
you.
April 30th.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
.13, Rochelle. Is Rochelle here? Okay. Just checking.
Hi, my name is Rochelle, Rochelle. The Israeli flag has come to be the symbol of the new Holocaust and of Zionism. It is not a cultural symbol of the Jewish people. Craig McIver is a lawyer who stepped down as the director of the New York office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights, and he stated recently, referring to Zionism, and I quote, "Adherents of this ruthless, hateful, deeply racist, and fundamentally violent ideology are now in power in the lawless United States government, putting us all at risk. They are not only torturing, raping, and slaughtering innocents in Palestine, they're bombing and occupying several countries, corrupting governments across the West, arresting and deporting human rights defenders and students in the U.S., harassing those who dare to speak up, and dismantling our democratic institutions. They are tearing down international law and the very principles of human morality itself. No malign force since the Nazism of 1930s has represented such a grave threat to the world. Either we will defeat it or it will destroy us." Additionally, this flag raising is being sponsored by the ADL, which is the Anti-Defamation League, who has decades of lawsuits for their illegal spying activities and incorrect reportage of anti-Semitism. The head of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, has lauded some of transactions, in particular his withholding of hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding for university. He praised the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil. According to a group called Stop the ADL, it has a history and ongoing pattern of attacking social justice movements led by communities of color, queer people, immigrants, Muslims, Arabs, and other marginalized groups, while aligning itself with police, right-wing leaders, and perpetrators of state violence. There are over 150 signatories to the Stop the ADL letter that I will email to you so you can see exactly who they are, including JVP. Why is Philip aligning himself with Zionism and the ADL in this minority-filled city? Zionism not only represents genocide, but the end of democracy. If this is where he stands, I cannot give him my vote, and shame on City Council for aligning themselves with this group. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.14, Ryan. Is Ryan here? Okay. Next, 5.15, Mo.
I have to ask, who the hell do you think you are? And who the hell do you think you represent? Because it isn't this town. You've seen me enough on this podium pleading to you all to simply be human beings. My first time on this podium, I had one-year-old son, and I was screaming on behalf of the children just like him who are being mass slaughtered daily by the terrorist ethno-state of Israel that is now internationally and legally designated as an apartheid state committing genocide by the highest courts on the planet. And I am here today with a now 3-year-old son and a daughter that just celebrated her first birthday just a couple days ago. And not a single thing has changed. Speaking of first birthdays, there are now 27 pages worth and counting of Palestinian newborns under the age of 1 killed by Israel since a year and a half ago. That is close to 1,000 newborns that did not make it to their first birthdays. Do you hear me? A child in Gaza is killed every 45 minutes. That is an average of 30 children killed by Israel every day. Do you hear me? Since I last stood on this podium, not a single thing has changed, aside from hundreds of thousands of killed Palestinians in a full-scale genocide and holocaust of my people. And you still sit there, not just silent and refusing on numerous occasions to simply call for a ceasefire, which is well beyond the bare minimum at this point, but you are actually allowing this terrorist race flag of a flag that is now synonymous globally with the Nazi banner to fly high over our most diverse city. Who the hell do you think you are? I dare any of you to watch any of the atrocities I post daily and then have the audacity to put that flag up. We just witnessed Israel bombing displacement tents full of families killing predominantly children, where we saw their bodies burning alive and brought to the morgue, solidified and blackened with smoke still emanating from the children's faces and bodies. And what do we see just minutes later? We see true Zionist WhatsApp group chats with over 500,000 combined subscribers, which I'll bet many of the Zionists of this town are a part of, reposting the videos of the children charred bodies, celebrating and laughing about it with a direct quote that says, "There is a sale on charcoal for Independence Day, floor prices." They are referring to images of the charred Palestinian child corpses as charcoal for their barbecue, celebrating their 77th year of independence. This exact celebration that you are going to entertain here at City Hall. This 77th year of independence you're about to cater to is literally the 77th year since the beginning of Israel's brutal land theft, occupation, oppression, apartheid, mass murder, rape, hostage holding, and ethnic cleansing campaign on the Palestinians. Your raising of that flag right now as we speak, after everything we have witnessed on live stream, would put you firmly in the history books with those who would have stood proudly next to the Nazis, hailing Hitler and his Nazi flag, which would make you like the most anti-Semitic fools of our modern era. And I've got plenty of real Jews to back me up on this. Don't let that stain of a flag stain your reputations. Make the right decision. Cancel this shit immediately.
The next speaker, 5.16, Eureka. Thank you. Next speaker, 5.17, Julie. Is Julie here? No. Next speaker, 5.18, Evelyn. No, Evelyn. 5.19, Rosemary.
Hi, my name is Rose. I'm a resident of Ward B, I'm sorry. We moved here in November. I graduated from St. Peter's in 2014, and I was proud and relieved to move my biracial children to one of the most diverse cities in the United States. But when I found out about this Israeli flag raising, I became embarrassed that I had convinced my family to move, and I was dismayed and feel less safe today with my 5-week-old than I have in many years. In light of Israel's egregious aggression against Palestinians, among other populations, its flag raising is a source of shame to Jersey City. I'm a parent and a nurse. Israel intentionally targets children and healthcare workers in what can only be identified as an attempt to entirely destroy the wellness and the future of the Palestinian people. In a word, genocide. These are not actions to be celebrated. They are actions to be censured with the strongest possible language and obstructed with the strongest possible actions. I never consented to my federal tax contributions being used to fund a genocide, and I certainly do not consent to my local tax contributions paying to celebrate said genocide. If council members are not motivated to cancel this flag raising by human decency, then perhaps you will be motivated by fear of losing your council seat to a representative who actually listens to their constituents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'm skipping over 20 and 21. 5.22, Albert.
Good evening, Council. The 7th was a terrible day. People were sleeping, they were resting, they were partying, they were going about their daily business. By the end of the day, people were in shock. People all over the world were in shock. Hundreds of innocent people were killed, thousands wounded. People were in shock at the surprise attack. Soon their eyes were opened. They looked around and realized no one was coming to save them. So they themselves had to go to war to protect their families, their country, their way of life. They armed themselves and went to war. Thousands were killed. Tens of thousands were injured. They fought, they cried, they prayed. Eventually, a few allies supported them. But it was soon clear they were going to prevail. They did not stop. They kept fighting. They kept fighting until the enemy had no choice but to surrender. The 7th was a terrible, terrible day. December 7th, 1941, a day which will live in infamy. And on August 6, 1945, the U.S. bombed Hiroshima and killed 126,000 civilians. The Japanese asked for a ceasefire. The U.S. declined. On August 9th, the U.S. bombed Nagasaki. 229,000 civilians were killed. August 15th, the Japanese surrendered. October 7, 2023 is also a day etched in history, a day of tragedy and bravery. The attack on Israel marked a turning point, awakening a nation to the harsh realities of war and sparking a resolve to defend their freedom at any cost, as the United States did in 1945. Thank you. By the way, I really support the resolution to bring Maureen Ewlings to the council.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Stop, guys, come on.
All right now.
Do not call out like that. Please do not do that.
Okay now. Let everybody respect one another, okay? I don't want to call no officers up here to remove nobody. Just respect one another.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.23, Marilyn. Is Marilyn here? No. 5.24, Sariti. No. 5.25, Milo.
Hello, my name is Milo. I'm a Jersey City resident, a father, and a proud Jew. I come here today to speak against the decision to hold an Israeli flag raising ceremony here next week. I am proud to live in Jersey City, where I believe all people's lives and dignity are respected. Generations ago, my family came to America to flee the pogroms and ethnic cleansing of Jews in Europe. Today, the state of Israel is committing similar and worse atrocities against the people of Palestine in Gaza, the West Bank, and elsewhere. The decision to hold this ceremony now, while the violence is ongoing and the people of Palestine suffer under starvation, bombing, and ethnic cleansing sends a clear message that those lives, the lives of our community members, are not valued. I urge council to send a different message that all people in Jersey City and all over the world have the right to dignity and a human existence, and cancel this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.26, Belinda. Belinda here? No? Next, 5.27, Justin. No? 5.28, Muhammad? Mahood? I'm sorry. Mahmood? No? Next, 5.29, Kayla. You can raise the mic, Kayla.
Okay, good idea. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight because I'm concerned about the lack of transparency and due diligence in the process of appointing an interim representative for Ward B. This isn't about me. This is about the people of Ward B. This is not just an administrative appointment. It's about direct representation. This seat holds weight. It affects nearly 49,000 residents and many long-standing essential businesses in what some still call the forgotten ward. We deserve a representative who reflects our community's needs and priorities and who is free from conflicts of interest that could undermine that responsibility. Ward B is a vibrant, diverse, and proud community. Like so many residents, I care deeply about how decisions made in this chamber affect our neighbors, our schools, our housing, and our shared future. Whoever sits in this seat should be equipped to carry those voices forward with clarity and independence. And knowing how seriously each of you takes your responsibility to your constituents, I believe this appointment should be treated with that same seriousness. Unfortunately, up until now, it hasn't been. There's been no public application, no interviews, and no opportunity for Ward B constituents to understand who the candidates are or why one was chosen over another to represent them. That absence of process matters because it affects public trust. Residents haven't been given any clarity on whether the nominee has been meaningfully vetted. Does her employment at a law firm that often represents developers before this council raise conflicts of interest? Would she need to abstain from critical votes that shape the future of our ward as a result? Does her service on the MUA board pose similar questions about potential conflicts? What happens to the voices in Ward B when Ms. Hewlings opts to recuse herself from voting in such matters? We don't know, because there has been no transparent, meaningful vetting of candidates' strengths and potential limitations. I want to thank the council members, specifically Councilman Gilmore, who spoke up at Monday's caucus. That type of leadership and accountability matters. Let me be clear, I'm not here to oppose any one individual. If this council believes, after asking these and any other relevant questions, that confirming Ms. Hewlings is in the best interest of Ward B, you should vote to confirm her. But you should only vote to confirm any candidate to this position once you've satisfied that your vote is fully informed and your reasons are transparent. I'm prepared to withdraw my candidacy if doing so will compel you to reasonably vet the candidate nominated in some fair, open, and thoughtful process, one that upholds public confidence in how this body operates. Because again, this isn't about me, and it's not just about this appointment. It's about the integrity of the process and the trust our community places in this council to represent them fully, fairly, and transparently. So please, slow this down because there is time. Ask the questions, allow for real scrutiny, and show the people of Ward B that their voices matter, not just during elections, but in moments like this when representation is on the line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.30, Mary. Mary's not here. Okay, our next speaker, 5.31, Kevin.
Madam President and City Council members. First, I want to sincerely thank Director Richardson. Last time I stood here, I ran out of time before expressing my gratitude for him issuing summonses related to violations of 262F and 262G, the landlord identity and disclosure requirements. These represent concrete enforcement steps in our long struggle, and we're grateful for his diligence and commitment to Jersey City's tenants. Last week, Acting Corporation Counsel, Murray, informed us that daily fines would begin in response to daily violation reports from our tenant members. The first of those documented complaints went out yesterday, the second delivered today. These emails aren't just paperwork, they represent the machinery of justice finally engaging after years of inaction. Let me put this in perspective. We've delivered over 1,000 public testimonies across 56 consecutive city council meetings, today being 57. Our associations have filed more than 100 formal petitions and countless follow-up communications. That's over 1,500 separate pleas for help from your constituents. And what did Equity Residential do? They ignored us all. If maximum penalties are applied as provided by law, they would exceed $5.5 million per day. Some might call that excessive. I call it proportionate. Equity has received fair warning, including written notices about potential imprisonment from Director Richardson himself and from Jersey City Council in federal court. This astronomical figure isn't a sign of harsh regulation. It's the mathematical product of Equity's breathtaking disregard for the law. These enforcement actions arrive at a pivotal moment. Today, the New Jersey Attorney General filed a significant 81-page lawsuit targeting RealPage and 10 of the largest landlords in New Jersey, with specific reference to unnamed conspirators in the rental rights price fixing scheme. I look forward to helping identify each entity that contributed to this market manipulation, particularly those operating in Jersey City, while simultaneously violating our rent control laws. Today marks day 2 of accountability, day 2 of consequences. The clock is ticking. The bill grows larger with each passing day. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.32, Anna. Not here. And I'm assuming Lucy's not here either. Our next speaker, 5.34, Daniel.
According to Chapter 218, Article 1 of the Jersey City Code of Ordinances, quote, every owner or agent of an owner of a multiple dwelling of 100 or more dwelling units shall furnish a minimum of 1 uniformed security guard for each residential building in the property or community upon its premises 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, end quote. It goes on to say, quote, for the purposes of this chapter, a uniformed security guard shall consist of a licensed New Jersey security guard as specified in NJSA 13:55A, hired for the purpose of protection of persons or property, real or personal, from injury or harm, that wears a particular set of clothes that clearly identifies them as a security guard, end quote. This ordinance was last amended on June 26, 2024, unanimously by this council, making the law even more clear. Now, Chapter 1, Article 3 of the Jersey City Code of Ordinances states, quote, notwithstanding any other section of this code or any other ordinance, the maximum penalty for violating any provision of this code shall be, in the discretion of the court, a fine of up to $2,000 per day and or imprisonment for a period of up to 90 days and or a period of community service not exceeding 90 days, end quote. It goes on to state, quote, each day a violation of any provision of this code or any ordinance shall constitute a separate offense, end quote. Building off on what Kevin was saying, June 26th, 2024 was 301 days ago. 301 days multiplied by $2,000 per day, multiplied by, let's lowball it and assume 500 occupied units at Portside Towers, even though there's actually 527 units, comes out to $301 million. That would more than pay for the Pompidou, rather than all of our tax dollars paying for a museum that most of us didn't want anyway. It would leave plenty of money left over for building safer roads, improving our schools, and building affordable housing. This is money that's at your fingertips, and all you need to do is enforce the law as it is written. $301 million are at your fingertips, and all you need to do is enforce the law. Now, I had ChatGPT make a little rap about the issue so you'll remember. Yo, City Council, lend an ear. Portside Towers got issues. Let's make it clear. Security slack, that ain't the deal. We need strong laws to keep it real. Residents pay, expecting peace. No strangers strolling in with ease. So step it up, don't let it slide. Enforce the code, don't make us cry. Seriously, and please continue. As Kevin was saying, it sounds like there's steps in the right direction with enforcement. Very happy to hear, but let's please continue with this. Continue enforcing the law as it is written. Thank you.
Daniel, you never know who's watching. So good luck on your new rap career.
Just in case, before there's any more raps, there was a violation issued this morning. Oh. Or 218. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker, 5.35, Mark.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here again. Quite weary, but still resolute. For over a year, I've been telling the council about the dangerously inadequate security of Portside. Let's go back into ancient history. On August the 14th, 2014, Portside was granted a one-year exemption from the uniform security provisions in 218.1. On August the 15th, 2015, this exemption expired and was never renewed. In June last year, you passed Ordinance 24055 bolstering the uniform security mandate in 218-1. Thank you. But today marks 3,539 days since Portside's exemption expired. The fines for violating 218.1 are up to $2,000 a day per tenant. There's 527 apartments at Portside. Assume at least 500 were occupied on any given day. That makes the maximum fine about $1 million a day just for the lack of uniform security. Given that Portside's been out of compliance for 3,539 days, that means the city's missed out on $3.5 billion in the last 10 years. What could Jersey City do with an extra $3.5 billion? Free pool time for all? Bike lanes everywhere people want them? Better designed intersections to make it safer for pedestrians? Even a pompous museum, and I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. We need enforcement now. You may not be able to claw back money from my ancient history example, but you can start raising $1 million a day going forward. You could be the saviors of the city and heroes to everyone who lives here by generating revenue. You have a chance to fix things in this city. Start now. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.36, Tara. You're ready.
Yep. Good evening, Council, Council President, and members of the City Council. The number is 5.5 million. That's the maximum daily penalty possible for Equity Residential's ongoing violations at Portside Towers. 6 distinct categories of violations, 527 affected units, multiple statutes violated daily. The math is straightforward. The penalties aren't arbitrary. They're calculated based on a formula designed by this very council to deter precisely this type of harm, persistent with noncompliance. Consider what 5.5 million represents. It's not just a number, it's a measure of harm. Residents without required security experience tangible fear. That has value. Tenants without a superintendent face delays in critical repairs. That has value. Every day without emergency contacts put lives at potential risk, and that has value. I used to live at 70 Green, another Equity property, and like many Portsiders, I've experienced Equity's business model thriving on municipal apathy and complicity. Whether through lack of will, abdication of duty, or outright contempt for public trust, local government routinely failed to enforce their own law. Equity doesn't just anticipate this, they count on it. Fines are shrugged off as minor operating expenses. Evictions are faster and cheaper than due process. And when neglected infrastructure finally fails and lives are lost, the tragedy becomes profit, paid out in full by insurance, with no accountability in sight. For perspective, Equity Residential reported $1.6 billion in revenue last quarter. The daily maximum penalty represents only 0.3% of their quarterly income. The penalty size simply reflects the scale of the operation and the breadth of the violations. Jersey City carefully calibrated these fines to ensure corporations couldn't simply absorb them as a business expense. If they appear large, it's because the violations are widespread and the disregard flagrant. The law doesn't exist merely as suggestion. When willful noncompliance stretches across years, affecting hundreds of families, the appropriate response isn't to scale back enforcement. It's to apply it fully as written. Thank you.
Sean. Sean,
Yes.
before you call the next person, Peter Brennan is sitting back there. He's number 78 on the list. He's the former council president. He should be brought up to speak.
That
No. Go ahead, Sean, because then we would have.
that would be the call of the council president.
Go ahead. Then we have Bill and
He's not in the room at this moment anyway.
Go ahead, Sean.
Alrighty, next speaker, 5.37, Dan.
Good evening. My name is Dan. I actually first spoke in this room before it was the Mrs. Cucci chamber, and Joe Cucci was former Mayor Cucci was my councilman from Ward E in 1978 or 1979. Rich, you may remember me when I still had hair, and Councilman Solomon, I know you smile, you know who I am. I sort of feel like Christmas past here. Going to give you a break from all the statistics. I'll tell you, I moved into Portside in 2017 and lived there till 2019. And when I first moved in, I guess I had a different attitude than most of the people moving in. I was a homeowner. I am a homeowner. I still am a taxpayer in Jersey City. And I looked at the place differently. When I could stick my hand through the wall underneath the HVAC unit where the wind was blowing in, and I had a $900 a month electric bill to heat the place, I was a very unhappy camper. And I didn't stay at that place very long. The point is that these are not conditions that just started. Equity has been sucking the blood out of that building since they built it. And I was there when the first tower was rehabbed by the applied companies, and the second tower was built way quicker than they expected to build it. And most of the time that I was down here testifying or speaking, I was against the developers sucking blood out of the community. I was here as the president of the HPHA. At one point, earlier than that, I was the president of the Van Wert Park Association. And I tell you that you guys have a responsibility for the rest of us. And I know that you're all there trying to do a good thing. But these people are not getting the support from the city that they were supposed to get, that they are entitled to. And they're just now starting to, after 2 years of coming here, beating their gums, saying, where is the enforcement of the rules? The conditions down there have been bad. Equity has been a bad neighbor. Maybe there have been players. Look, we all know how the game is played. And I'm not going to get into that part of it. What I'm going to say here is I can testify to the fact, or I can speak to the fact that the conditions in those buildings are worse now. I still have friends living there than they were when I was living there. They are still sucking the blood out of the building. And you guys are just beginning to play your part in this, which is to enforce this. Councilman Solomon, you remember when you were first running for office, I talked to you about that building being under rent control. I talked to you about it at the breakfast, the neighborhood breakfast, about, where is this going? You shake your head, yes. But things haven't changed. They're still under rent control. They should be, enforcement should be there.
Your time's up.
Help these guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.38, David.
David here? Ah, okay, thank you. Next speaker, 5.39, Eve.
James Solomon, I'm addressing you as the people's city council leader. I'm here as an accounting professional whose landlord relentlessly attacks me. His carbon monoxide and gas attacks cause permanent nerve damage in my brain. I'm asking you, James, to lead city council on behalf of the people to evict the Fulop administration. I'm trained to implement internal controls and procedures to prevent fraud. I've sent audit violation notices to Stephen Fulop and City Hall for a solid year. Fulop's lack of financial law enforcement has led to escalating humanitarian disaster. The mayor blocks and refuses to even respond at all. He isn't here. I originally came with good news. I found you money, millions in uncollected housing summons revenue. Team Fulop and the Hudson County prosecutor have refused to stop the municipal court's illegal ticket fixing or do anything to collect that money. Stephen Fulop publicly claimed that he's a pioneer for inventing abusive prosecutor discretion in his New York Times op-ed pressing pause on pot convictions. So the reason the worst case of ticket fixing in U.S. history hasn't been stopped is because it is Stephen Fulop's policy. The city's financial systems have been redesigned to benefit Fulop's governor campaign, his lobbyist attorneys, and preferred developers. James Solomon, please stop the Fulop city lawyers who are acting on behalf of Fulop's governor campaign to stonewall rent control enforcement. Federal judges do not create rent control price ledgers. The landlord-tenant office has no rent price ledger. There is no accurate record of rent-controlled unit prices. The rental assistance programs are being overcharged. There is widespread abuse of tenants. Summons for landlord violations are disappearing. The landlord-tenant office urgently needs a law enforcement-backed audit team. This is an urgent housing, fiscal, and legal crisis. City finances are not in compliance with GASB standards or our own municipal code. Fulop's housing policies cause systematic removal, destruction of human beings, targeting the population who doesn't fund his political machine. Team Fulop persistently undercollects revenue, overspends on legal contracts, then plugs the budget deficit with our bank accounts. We need James Solomon because you represent us, you look at us, and you answer us. Stephen Fulop has caused the worst financial management total mess I have seen in 30 years. Fulop's housing policies are destroying my life, and I will not be exterminated. We need state auditors and the DOJ here immediately. And finally, James, if anyone retaliates at you, please report it to the state police. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.40, Joel. You're ready.
Madam President, council members, good evening. As a preliminary note, I'd like you to please vote no on item 1034, resolution 25-294. It's a premature rubber stamping of a Fulop appointee. Please take all the time that you are allotted, which is at least another week, to vet the candidates and make sure the right one is selected. Good evening. Today I stand before you deeply concerned about the troubling revelations regarding Mayor Fulop's fitness as a gubernatorial candidate. As the Jersey City Times reported yesterday, sworn testimony suggests Mayor Fulop's first election victory for a council seat in 2005 may have been secured through voter fraud. According to the informant, 3 van loads of people were paid $1,000 each to vote for Fulop using other people's names, potentially altering the outcome of a race decided by 346 votes. When confronted with these serious allegations, Fulop's office has remained silent and repeatedly delayed public records requests despite campaigning on government transparency. This pattern of evasion continues with his treatment of the press. The Jersey City Times has sued Fulop for violating their constitutional rights through blacklisting after publishing articles critical to his administration. Considering the evidence, municipal finance experts believe Fulop manipulated the city's financial projections by millions to aid his 2021 election. A former chief financial officer received a $325,000 settlement after claiming she was fired for refusing to falsify financial documents. A law firm allegedly used straw donors to funnel $22,900 to Phillips' 2013 campaign before receiving contracts worth $744,000. A former aide has sued Phillip for allegedly using him as a political pawn to advance his gubernatorial ambitions. New Jersey deserves a governor with integrity who respects democratic institutions and deals honestly with citizens. I urge this council to demand full transparency from Mayor Phillip, including the release of the prosecutor's complete investigation into the 2005 voter fraud allegations. Let us not allow his ambitions to override integrity. The governorship of our state demands better. As an additional note relating to the enforcement, thank you very much for that. Because if I recall, when Director Richardson visited our buildings and raised the issue of the missing documents, he was told, we're not going to do it. Go ahead, find me. Thank you for finding them.
Our next speaker, 5.41, Sonia.
Good evening. I just finished a program at Harvard. You know, the world-renowned college and lonesome fighter standing up to enforce existing laws. Here's a story my class discussed there. A farmer and his son had a horse who helped the family to earn a living. One day the horse ran away and their neighbors came to commiserate. Your horse ran away. What terrible luck. The farmer replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. A few days later, the horse returned home, leading a few wild mares back to the farm. The neighbors celebrated. Your horse has returned and brought several horses home with him. What great luck. The farmer replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. Later that week, the farmer's son was trying to break one of the mares, and she threw him to the ground, breaking his leg. The villagers cried, your son broke his leg, what terrible luck. The farmer replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. A few weeks later, soldiers from the emperor's army marched through town, recruiting all the able-bodied boys from the army. They didn't take the farmer's son. The neighbors rejoiced, your boy is spared. What tremendous luck. To which the farmer, of course, replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. The Taoist parable illustrates that sometimes the things that we consider to be truly bad turn out to be the luckiest things that could have ever happened to us. Now back to us. 3 years ago, Equity Residential pulled back from a written agreement it had with one of our tenants. Neighbors came to commiserate. They don't honor your agreement. That's devastating. The resident replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. A few days later, the tenants returned to the lounge, leading more tenants to the get-together and started a tenant organization. The people cheered, they have to hear us now and have to honor all of our agreements. The first resident with the dishonored agreement replied, maybe so, maybe not, we'll see. Months went by. The residents filed petitions, achieved a unanimous ruling in their favor, and were certain that they would now get their rights honored. But just as the son was injured, the tenants had a setback and heard from the council, our hands are tied. We need more documentation. Many said, that's ridiculous. We replied, maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. Fast forward to now, this group has documented ongoing city code violations summing up to total penalties exceeding 5.5 million every 24 hours for our landlord. Enough money for keeping the city's pools for free for the kids, to fund mental health training for the police responding to residents in distress, justice for Drew, enough money to support local artists instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires. Maybe so, maybe not. We'll see. It's up to you if you consider Portside to be the worst or the best that has ever happened to this city.
Our next speaker, 5.42, Shannon.
Good evening, City Council members. As a nurse and East Tower resident, I have a question that's been keeping me awake at night. How is it possible that something as mundane as facade ordinance is meticulously enforced while ordinances designed to protect human safety are systematically ignored? So for the past 8 months, scaffolding has encased our building for facade inspection and repairs. Multiple apartments have been invaded for staging areas. Work crews enter at will, dust fills our homes, and machinery noise starts at 7 a.m. sharp. Now, I don't object at all to facade repairs. Safety matters. But this is the part that bewilders me. When Equity commandeers resident space for these repairs, we receive no rent reduction. When they monopolize our elevators for equipment, leaving elderly residents stranded, we receive no alternate accommodation. When they drill through walls without notice, we're told it's a necessary maintenance. Fine. Yet the same landlord who follows facade regulations with military precision can't seem to comprehend the requirements for, among other things, a resident superintendent as mandated by Ordinance 254-45, 24-hour security as required by 218-1, and proper landlord identity disclosure as specified in 260-2. The selective compliance is telling. Facade ordinances protect the public from falling debris and shield Equity from liability. Superintendent and security requirements protect only tenants with no benefit to the bottom line. As a healthcare professional, I recognize patterns. When a patient follows some medical advice but ignores others, I ask what motivates their selective adherence. Here, the pattern suggests profit maximization through calculated non-compliance. Director Richardson has taken the first steps toward accountability, and I am genuinely so thankful. But that appreciation is tempered by the reality that the violations I listed above have persisted for years, while city departments swiftly responded to any potential facade issues. When you're sick, timing matters. When your home lacks basic safety measurements and requirements, timing matters too. 10 years without proper security isn't an oversight. It's a business strategy. The inconsistency reveals priorities. Property over people, image over substance, minimal compliance over comprehensive responsibility. I care for my patients with consistency. I follow the medical protocols, not all of them, not just the convenient ones. Is it too much to ask that our landlord and our city approach tenant safety with the same comprehensive?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.43, Drew.
Good evening, Council. Security isn't just about having someone in uniform. It's about a commitment to tenant safety, a promise that someone will be there when things go wrong. For nearly a decade, Portside Towers has operated without the 24/7 uniform security explicitly required by Section 218-1 of our city code. This isn't a paperwork oversight. It's the visible tip of an iceberg of tenant abandonment that runs deep beneath the surface. Let me paint for you a picture that has been painted many times. Last November, a resident suffered a medical emergency in our lobby at 2 a.m. No security guard was present to assist or call for help. A fellow resident returning home found her and called 911. Those lost minutes mattered. In February, 3 non-residents were discovered sleeping in our stairwells. Who found them? Not security, because there was none. It was a tenant walking her dog before sunrise. Just last month, packages disappeared from our mailroom for 5 consecutive days. The security cameras that supposedly monitor the area, they're decorative props with no recording capability. How is it they can't even do the bare minimum? They don't. And then they go even a step lower with their props. This is laughable. This security vacuum exists by design. It's part of a calculated retreat from resident welfare that manifests in multiple ways. No resident superintendent means no immediate response to emergencies. The offshore call center that fields maintenance requests routinely marks urgent issues as scheduled with no follow-ups. No proper registration means tenants lack basic knowledge of who actually owns and manages their home. Each abandoned responsibility represents a broken covenant with residents. Each violation undermines the fundamental promise of rental housing, that in exchange for rent, we receive not just space, but security, maintenance, and accountability. Shouldn't a lease go both ways? To keep tenants mindful of your property's rules and to keep landlords accountable for their duties as the owner of the unit? You'd think so. What makes this particularly galling is that Equity Residential markets Portside as luxury apartments with around-the-clock service. They charge premium rents for premium amenities, then systematically withdraw those services while keeping the premium price. This isn't just about a missing guard or an absent superintendent. It's about a corporate strategy that views legal requirements as optional suggestions, tenant safety as dispensable cost center, and city ordinances as meaningless obstacles to profit maximization. It comes down to the principle. The daily violation reports now being filed represent more than legal complaints. They're a chronicle of abandonment that's been meticulously documented and impossible to ignore. Thank you.
You. Our next speaker, 5.44, Mel. Not here. Next speaker, 5.45, Michelle.
Good evening. I urge you to vote no on Resolution 25-275, Phillips' fraudulent affordable housing spending plan, a $60 million scheme that exposes his gubernatorial campaign for what it is, a developer-funded charade. Let's follow the money and connect the dots. First, this plan diverts $12 million, the maximum allowed, to administrative expenses instead of actual housing. Another $20 million includes subsidies for units developers are already legally required to build. That's not innovation. It's legalized theft from our affordable housing fund. The smoking gun exposing Phillips' priorities. In 2019, Pegasus Partners proposed a $110 million downtown high-rise with 90 affordable units, and no tax breaks were requested. Philip personally killed it, claiming the developer would, quote, enrich himself. Yet, months earlier, the Kushner family, whose companies have steered at least $100,000 to Phillips' political operation, received a staggering $150 million tax break. Coincidence? Philip praises KRE Group at ribbon cuttings, declaring them ideal partners, while they've received multiple tax abatements. To this point, in September, despite a massive public outcry, Philip rammed through another $150 million 30-year tax break for KRE's Pompidou project with barely a week of public notice. He found money for Kushner's Cultural Center, but can't find it for actual affordable housing. Meanwhile, his super PAC has amassed $6.5 million, the war chest for his gubernatorial ambitions, while Jersey City families are priced out of their neighborhoods. The press should investigate a few simple questions. How many developers receiving tax abatements under Philip have contributed to his super PAC or associated organizations? And why did Philip oppose one developer offering substantial affordable housing without tax breaks? Resolution 25-275 is larger than one bad affordable housing spending plan. It's a corrupt system where developers' contributions correlate directly with favorable treatment, where tax abatements flow to political donors while affordable housing remains a talking point. The public is watching. Vote no on Resolution 25-275. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.46, Judith.
Judith Fury Rogers, victim. Victim of housing discrimination. Victim of Jersey City's current construction. Victim of federal, state, city agencies working with developers to create a program designed to segregate the housing market. Victim of misuse of federal funding for housing development. Facts. The program HUD 223F and 100 Montgomery, an affordable high-rise building downtown, there's 308 units, 154 are designated for affordable units, 66 designated for Section 8, and 88 are designated for any rent, the high renters. That's 308 units altogether. My example of corruption is March 21st, 2025, the Montgomery Paulus Hook. The Montgomery Paulus Hook was awarded $53 million in federal funding to renovate and update the 220 affordable units. Again, 2 weeks later, they advertised for the 88 high renters. No affordable information is available online. The ad is for the Montgomery, no Paulus Hook. What's with all these names? Is it the funding? This is illegal. They are steering dark-skinned renters away from the units. Steering is illegal under the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Jersey City is still influenced by segregation and racial discrimination in housing, influenced by government policies, enforced by developers, banks, and real estate agents. This cannot go on. The developers are controlling everyone. The fact, I'm going to say this, Bill O'Day, I don't know who I'm voting for mayor. Bill O'Day was standing here answering questions, and the developer's attorney made an 11% when that whole kerfuffle was going on. Somebody has a picture of that. So that turned my stomach. The developers own Jersey City.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.47, Charlene. I see you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Making a choice. As the president of the largest neighborhood organization on the West Side, the West Side Community Alliance, I am dismayed by the lack of engagement by the administration of any community group that has been active for years in Ward B neighborhood improvement initiatives. As a longtime resident and activist in Ward B, I respectfully ask that the council slow the process down and interview those who may express an interest in the appointment as to their qualifications and possible conflicts of interest. In the absence of the Jersey Journal, many residents still don't even know that we don't have a council person in Ward B. And there may still be others interested in being considered for the position. I have no particular objection to Ms. Hewlings as a candidate, nor certainly anybody else who throws their hat in the ring. But I would like to see the city approach this decision in a way that is more equitable, transparent, and respectful of our community. I ask that the vote be postponed for at least the next meeting to allow extra time for people to submit resumes and ask that the top candidates be considered. I have great confidence that the council members will evaluate the best candidate for the appointment, so Ward B continues to have a competent representative until Election Day, November 4th. And following this appointment, I hope that the council might wish to consider formalizing an open and fair process for future council vacancies to be filled within the 30-day time frame. You can never tell when you might be offered your next job at a higher pay in a different city doing something entirely different. So I really do ask for you to postpone that resolution. And then the second thing I would like to ask of the council tonight is without hesitation, vote yes on resolution 25-264. And that is for the Hudson County open space application for the potential acquisition of 128 Glenwood Avenue. As a person who worked for the county for many years as the grants administrator, I can tell you that there is no obligation here other than the city is partnering
Thank you,
with the
Charlene.
community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.48, Adrian. I believe he left. Next, 5.49, Elizabeth.
Good evening to the council. My fellow residents have spoken quite eloquently of the genocidal atrocities represented by the Israeli flag and the endorsement of those atrocities implied by the flag-raising ceremony on April 30th. And the last thing I want to do is draw attention from the urgency of that point. But I'd like to add that, in fact, the past 3 months have demonstrated to us that the stakes have become much wider, or at least revealed themselves to be much wider than before. The Israeli government is, and I do not exaggerate this, the single closest ally of the Trump administration on the world stage, period. And this is not just a matter of opportunistic sycophancy. They share an agenda, they share a program, and they share an admiration for a shared set of means to those ends. Indiscriminate violence, illegal displacement of human beings, torture, murder, bombings. This is a shared program of a far-right bloc, represented at the vanguard by the Israeli government and the Trump administration. In light of this fact, the Israeli flag that is planned to be raised on the 30th is not just an emblem of malice towards Palestinians. It is an emblem of malice towards every single person in this room right now. It is a symbol of a worldwide movement that wishes to make every person in this room poorer, more unsafe, sicker, in greater danger, and wishes to steal away your civil and human rights, and wishes for the capacity to murder and displace you with impunity. That is what that flag represents. In light of this, opposing the flag-raising ceremony on April 30th goes beyond a commitment to human rights, although it is, and it goes beyond a commitment to Palestinian Jersey City residents, although certainly it is. It is a statement of support to every Jersey City resident that you plan on opposing the agenda of the Trump administration. You plan on opposing their illegal deportation of U.S. residents, that you plan on opposing their removal of U.S. residents to foreign torture camps, and their systematic dismantling of necessary government systems that keep all of us safe and alive today. I strongly urge you to oppose this flag-raising ceremony on the 30th on the staunchest moral, practical, and human terms. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker, 5.50, Nathan.
Good evening. Thank you, council people, for being here this evening and for hearing what we have to say.
My name is Nathan McCormick, and I am a resident of McGinley Square. I serve on the board of the McGinley Square Community Board. We have an item on the agenda tonight, number 10.4. I would strongly hope and urge that everyone here tonight would vote to approve Resolution 25-264, which would allow the city to apply for a grant from Hudson County Open Space. This is regarding the community garden that has existed at 128 Glenwood Avenue for almost 25 years until roughly 2 years ago. And since that time, our neighborhood group, the McGinley Square Community Board, has been staunchly advocating and trying to preserve what was once a beloved community garden and space where the community could meet to remain as such. In this section of McGinley Square, we have very little green space. I think anyone on our block would say there's nowhere to grab a seat and catch up with a neighbor. The density on our block is as great as if we were on JFK Boulevard, and we're not on JFK Boulevard. We're a small residential one-way street. By approving this grant tonight, it would basically be the city's way of signaling that you could partner with the McGinley Square Community Board, in which we would run the garden. We would literally partner with the city to keep this a green space, to keep initiatives with various groups that exist, that we've partnered with as already. Just to drive the point home right now, we already have letters of support from the mayor himself, from the business administrator, John Metro, Bill O'Day, Joyce Waterman, James Solomon, Yusuf Saleh, Denise Ridley, Mira Prince Array, Frank Gilmore, Rich Bogiano, the Department of Jersey City Parks and Rec, Jersey City Landmarks, Jersey City Parks Coalition, Friends of Spear Cemetery, the Brunswick Community Garden, St. Peter's University, the West Side Alliance, Captain Olszewski of the West District PD. I can go on, but I think the biggest asset that we have in our favor right now is the fact that we have 260 signatures of community members who are also backing this initiative that live in the community. This literally has to be approved before Friday's deadline of the grant, so it's imperative that this is passed tonight. I thank you all for your support.
Our next speaker, 5.51, Jake.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jake Efros. I'm here this evening to encourage our city to cancel the raising of the flag of Israel on April 30th. As a Jewish person with Jewish family in Israel, it is unacceptable to raise that flag, the flag of a country that is by international legal definition perpetrating genocide. Jews across the world and here in Jersey City just concluded this past weekend the observation and celebration of Passover. And this is a holiday where every year we retell the story of liberation and freedom. And back in college 7 or 8 years ago was the first time when I hosted a Passover Seder where we baked into the storytelling an explicit telling of the story of the freedom of Palestine as well, because none of us is free until all of us are free. And I'm grateful that I got to attend Seders here in Jersey City and Hudson County. Just in the past weeks, got to attend liberationist Passover Seders that make this explicit connection between the freedom of Jewish people and the freedom of the Palestinian people, a freedom that the state of Israel wants nothing to do with. Our tradition and our commitments as Jews are our choice, and we can choose to center freedom in the Jewish tradition, or we can choose to center a state committing genocide. To celebrate Israeli independence while the independence and freedom of Palestinians is so suffocated is just not acceptable. So I want to say I'm grateful that Councilman Saleh is going to be helping host a Palestinian flag raising next month, and that he helped motivate a ceasefire resolution, which this council unfortunately failed to pass. And one of the arguments at that time was that Jersey City has nothing to do with these kinds of international issues. Too bad. But it seems that it's fairly hard to avoid the salience of this international issue as a flag raising is coming to us next week, right? We are connected internationally through our diverse peoples here in this city, through our ethical commitments as well to other cities, striving for independence, prosperity, and liberation the world over. As a candidate for this city council, I talk to people every day about the rent, I talk to people about the trash. And alongside our responsibilities as Jersey City to work for working people and make the city work for working people, we also must reflect the moral compass of working people and our residents. And even when that compass points all the way far away toward Gaza. So free Palestine, please cancel this Israeli flag raising.
Our next speaker, 5.52, Author. Is Author here? Okay.
I'm urging you not to fly the flag of Israel on April 30th over our city. Among many things that are horrible about what that flag represents, I think one thing that and it's perhaps this is at the most shallow level, the Israel lobby certainly determines who I can vote for in this democracy, and that is no longer democracy when a foreign country can influence who I get to vote for in a primary. Okay. That's really the most shallow level, because I do feel that since 1948, Israel has kept a slow genocide going, which they've now increased to blitzkrieg at this point. But the fact that they kept this genocide in 1948 a secret until 1978, when they finally opened up the archives and we could know the truth of what they were doing. And now that flag, to me, is just soaked in the blood too deeply of too many people who did not need to lose their lives. So please don't do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.53, Sandra.
Good evening, council people, council persons. Thank you for your attention to my words this evening. I am Sandra Edwards Beesing Riley, lifelong resident of Jersey City, former social worker and current experiential learning educator. I work at St. Peter's University as Director of Internships and Professional Development and Director of the Accredited Internships Program. My roots in Jersey City are strong and deep, beginning at the turn of the 20th century when both sets of grandparents moved here due to the booming railroad industry. With my parents, I moved to Glenwood Avenue in 1957, leaving home due to college and marriage. My husband, George Riley, and I have lived at 122 Glenwood since 1990. Over many years, I've witnessed tremendous change on Glenwood, not all for the good. Most recently, as a member of the McGinley Square Community Board and as a caring, compassionate, and concerned individual, I challenged the right of developers to invade and change the character of our block. Together with the McGinley Square Community Board, we appealed and initially secured the approval from planning and zoning boards to stay the plans of the developers at 124 and 128. Ultimately suffering defeat at 124 due to something called as of right. As of right is a legal construct which in our case was and remains morally reprehensible. The lot at 128, however, is what prompts me to speak. Previously a community garden, the space at 128 needs to be protected from the encroachment of developers and restored to its life-enhancing properties. Not only a source of spiritual refreshment, the garden provided nourishing food for St. Peter's students, neighbors, and the greater community. It also created a welcoming space where visions for a green and vibrant future ultimately materialized. Looking again to the future, this green and open space would be an excellent site for experiential learning opportunities for students, especially those pursuing degrees in biology and environmental studies, leading to enhancements in gardening, quality produce, and recommendations for environmental sustainability on the block, as well as in other areas of the city. Every neighborhood needs green space, open space. No one can argue that. With the increased levels of pollution and decreased levels of available oxygen, safe open spaces for trees and gardens are vital for our mental, physical, spiritual well-being. It is an undeniable fact that the lovely green and open space, the garden which St. Peter's University faculty, staff, students, and community volunteers cultivated previously at 128, should be restored and expanded. Thank you for voting to support Resolution 25.
Thank you, Sandra. Time is up.
Our next speaker, 5.54, George.
Good evening, council people. As you have heard from my wife previously, and also Nathan McCormick and Sharon McCormick, we are talking about Resolution 25-264. And with your permission, I would like to hand you these pictures showing you what our block used to look like and what it should look like now. You see that the pictures show 128, 122, 126, and 124 and 130 Glenwood. It was a nice neighborhood that was built in 1895, and you see the green space where 128 sits now from the previous view. Now the current view shows that there is a porta potty there, which they're using to construct 124. And if you look at the way the neighborhood looks, we went from nice level things to a monstrosity. We don't mind development in the city, but development should not tear apart neighborhoods. And by not taking advantage of the opportunity to have 128 recommitted or rededicated as community green space, we are losing a valuable asset. The tree in front of our house at 122 and 124 used to look like this, a big giant tree. But as a result of this as of right nonsense, they built a monstrosity that towers over every single house in our little enclave. And with the result of that, they cut back almost half of our trees. So now we've lost green space in front of our house, and our neighbor previous to the developer buying had the enjoyment of that shade. So we're just looking to have you all please pass this resolution so that we can get more green space in Jersey City, because we need more green space so that we can have some more oxygen. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.55, India. India? No? 5.56, Gracie.
Good evening, City Council. I have stood before you numerous times. Today I want to offer the unique perspective I bring as one of the original Portside Towers tenants, residing there interrupted since 1997, before Equity Residential acquired these buildings. Did you know the original advertisements for both towers included a private security staff? This wasn't simply a marketing tactic. It reflected the security ordinance already in effect at that time. Yet, compliance with these requirements has been inconsistent at best over the years. I remember when we had a resident superintendent in the East Tower. He was there for over 20 years. But now, we don't have a resident super in either building. This isn't just a matter of convenience, it's still against the law. The requirement hasn't changed, only the compliance has vanished. When I moved in 28 years ago, there seemed to be at least some respect for the laws of the city. Building management understood that ordinances were not optional suggestions, but legal requirements with real consequences. That understanding has eroded year by year, violation by violation. What has changed is the enforcement landscape. The security ordinance has only grown stronger over time, especially with this Council's unanimous passage of Ordinance 24-055 in June 2024. Yet, somehow, even as legal requirements strengthen, we experience a reduction in these mandated services. I would hope someone here is angry that these violations continue. I would hope that after 56 council meetings and over 1,500 communications about these issues, we might finally see comprehensive enforcement of laws that have been on the books for decades. I remember when at least some of the laws of this city were followed. I'm still waiting to see that time return. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.57, Dermot. Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.58, Eric. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next speaker, 5.59, Donna.
Justice for Drew, justice for Mahmoud Khalil, justice for Portside, justice for Palestine, justice for we, the American people. I am urging you to postpone the flag raising for Israel. Everyone here has already spoken and very eloquently. Israel is a terrorist state. It's an apartheid state. It is not a democracy. It is committing genocide. It is illegally occupying land. It is slaughtering people. It is preventing people from getting food, water. You've heard this all evening, I'm sure. On top of that, Jersey City has a sister relationship with Beit Shemesh, which is created in 1948 by the UN by forcibly removing the Arab people, Palestinian people who live there, and they have not been allowed to return, which Major Phillip was a big advocate for. I think that's something we could talk about sometime, about revoking that relationship. By raising the Israeli flag, it normalizes all these things that Israel is doing. It normalizes everything. It's just like another country, another flag. A group of people have asked us to raise the Israel flag, so we're going to do it. And then in the name of unity, well, we're going to do that, and then we'll also raise the Palestinian flag. But what is this unity, raising the Israeli flag? It's really like unity in accepting genocide and in normalizing what Israel is doing. Israel is like a rogue country. And as the previous speaker pointed out, it's accepting Israel's support. Israel is the biggest international supporter of the Trump administration, which is attacking all of us. We have international students here who are facing deportation. We have 11 students at Rutgers whose international students whose visas were reversed. I think our council, our city has to take a stand on this and not just continue going along. That's it.
Our next speaker, 5.60, Norris.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of the Safe Skies Coalition of Hudson County and Stop the Chop, New York, New Jersey, in support of the resolution calling on the Federal Aviation Administration and other relevant federal agencies, as well as the New Jersey state agencies, to immediately review and prohibit low-flying helicopter traffic over residential areas of Jersey City and Hoboken, and to urge immediate passage of Bill A 1371 in the New Jersey Assembly, and to urge corresponding legislation in the New Jersey Senate. The tragic helicopter crash on April 10th, which claimed 6 lives, including 3 young children, has shaken our community, and we're calling for immediate action to address the danger posed by sightseeing helicopter traffic that flies low, lower than 300 feet over our densely populated neighborhoods in the second most crowded airspace in the world. Only London's airspace is more crowded than that of our area. So we have to end now, and we need to act to implement stricter regulations and limit unnecessary flights before another tragedy occurs. There have been 37 people who have dropped from the sky, mostly into the Hudson River, and died. And it's essential that state and federal authorities unite to establish regulations that prioritize public safety. And to that end, it's essential that state bills get out of committee to be debated and amended. Additionally, since the FAA controls helicopters while in flight, we need to control the heliports in New Jersey where helicopters take off and land. We need to strengthen regulation of heliports and mandate improvements, such as the retirement of obsolete helicopters fueled by jet fuel and gasoline. And I want to say thank you to Councilman Yusuf Saleh for giving our community a louder voice on this issue by presenting this resolution, and I hope you all vote for it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.61, Kuldeep. I think he left. Next, 5.62, Manjit. No. 5.63, Kevin.
I'm here to talk about a world issue, potholes, that is. The other day, I really wanted some twice cooked pork at home because you can't be Jewish without loving Chinese food. And I biked all the way to the 99 Ranch, and I was biking back, and I was looking 40 minutes for a jar of dubajang, which is an essential ingredient for twice cooked pork, mapa tofu. And I was biking along, and I got the Palisade, and I hit a big old pothole, and it flew out of my bag. And thank God it was a plastic jar, because if it was glass, then I'd have to go all the way back and find it again. But that did once happen with me with fish sauce, where it flew out of the bag, laying on the ground, and somebody's car smelled like fermented anchovies. I don't know who it was. So, later at the night after I cooked, I was on Facebook looking at what lame people from high school are doing as lame adults, scrolling through. We had Facebook Shorts, saw a video of some woman doing Wu-Tang Clan, and she had more bars at the MC than MC from Portside Towers. And then the next thing that came up on Facebook was an ad from Councilman James Solomon. And it was really good. Like, first of all, I saw it and this guy's hot. You can't avoid it. And he's standing in a pothole, and the pothole is so big, it's fitting all the splits. I know you guys are laughing because it's true. So, this was like a Paul Wellstone ad because the ad was so well done. And the other thing he did in the ad, which was so gangsta, is he said, about his Get S Done plan. I can't say it, but he can. So, I came with some ideas to expand, and I sadly have less than 1 minute. A plan called GRIT, Ground Repair and Improvement Task Force. So you have a citywide pothole map where people can report potholes and everybody transparently can see where all the potholes are and when they're going to be fixed. A 24-hour reporting system and a rapid response team called PATCH, Pothole Assault Team for Community Harmony. And their job is to fill the potholes. I did have another idea for an acronym that I didn't use called FURY, Fixing Unacceptable Roadways Yo, FURY, F-U-R-Y. So please fix the potholes. I could talk about potholes all night long, but I have less than 10 seconds left.
Next speaker, 5.64, Kirby. Kirby's not here. Next speaker, 5.65, Thomas. Thomas coming up? Okay.
Hello, my name is Thomas Whitehead. Exactly, you spell it exactly how it sounds. I am here to speak against the flag raising ceremony planned for next week to cement the city's tie with the state of Israel. Doing so would be the celebration of a state that is responsible for the perpetration of the genocide. The goal of the Israeli state is to eradicate the Palestinian people. To this end, they have slaughtered at least 50,000 Palestinians, about 2/3 of them women and children. In all likelihood, this number is about 200,000 if you account for deaths due to destruction of hospitals or famine. They have destroyed hospitals. They have imprisoned and tortured and raped medical staffs. And they have eliminated the passage of food in and out of the Gaza. At this time, I'm tempted to appeal to your sense of humanity and ask you if this is the kind of state that you want to align yourself with. However, to do so honestly, I feel would be a waste of time. I do not believe in your humanity. You are the byproduct of a racist, capitalist society that does not care about the well-being of people. All you respect is money and power. Also, as an atheist, I do not believe in divine retribution, and I don't think history remembering you poorly is really going to affect how you go about your day-to-day lives. Thus, I have no problem in saying that if you continue in this flag raising and your general support of the state of Israel, myself and I believe the people standing here beside me will just make your lives absolutely 100% the most miserable as possible. By many means necessary, we will make it impossible for you to continue the support of Israel. Maybe not tonight or tomorrow, but we will make you stop. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. See, I still have some time left, so I think I'll just do some more chants. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8. Israel's a terrorist state. Intifada, intifada.
Okay, you got to really relax there. And
please,
you cannot be coming here threatening the council people like that. When you say you're going to make people's life, this council's life miserable, you can't be doing that.
Fuck you.
Oh. So we need to get him escorted out of here. I would like for the police officer downstairs to come and get him escorted out of here. If we're not going to do that, then I will ask that we will stop this council meeting until he gets escorted out of here.
Don't do nothing. Gotta go. We're not doing nothing. He has to go.
If we could ask the officer downstairs to come up. And please escort him out of the council chambers
Right.
immediately.
He's coming up, Councilman.
Yeah. That's it. Right.
So, officer, this gentleman has to be escorted out of here. He threatened the council, so we would like him to be escorted out of this chambers immediately.
Sure.
Long hair,
Sunglasses.
wherever he's at. We need him escorted out of the building.
It's a threat. It's a threat.
We're going to take a quick recess.
Yeah, that's it.
5-minute recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, everyone, if we can find our seats, close the back door. We would like to reconvene the meeting. Any council members that are in the back, please make your way up to the front. All righty. We're going to get back to our public speakers. Our next speaker, 5.66, Zeynep, Zeynep. If I mispronounce your name, I'm very sorry. You can tell me how to say it.
My name's Zeynep.
Zeynep, thank you.
I'm 19 years old, and sorry, I'm a little shaken up from what happened back there. Let's see. So, had something I was gonna say. Just really kind of disappointed with how that was handled. I mean, now I'm looking at what I was going to say, wondering if anything I'm going to say is going to be perceived as a threat. Am I going to be thrown out like that with whatever I say? Because, I mean, the flag raising that we're talking about is such a threat in what it is because of the atrocities that we've been seeing for over 2 years. I mean, when this started, I was not even an adult. And I've been watching kids younger than me, my same age, being slaughtered, getting their heads chopped off. These people, I mean, can I even say that, or is that like hyperbolic? Like, I really don't know where we are at this point. I'm really, really shocked at, this is super disappointing. I grew up in this city my whole life in downtown Jersey City. I walk the streets. I say I'm proud and I'm trying to uphold my morals, but does anybody on that panel uphold theirs? Do you guys uphold your morals? Do you guys see the atrocities and just look away and plug your ears? Do you see me right now? Or do you just see the money for your next election so that you can be the next council person or the next mayor or whatever position you're trying to get into? When there are people like me, like my age, younger, who are getting slaughtered, who are getting murdered every single day. I don't understand. Every day I get older, I lose more and more faith in humanity, more and more faith in every single person that has a gram of power, every single person that stands in front of me. You act like you have a little bit of power, but then you plug your ears the second we stand in front of you to say anything. I mean, Were you really threatened by some guy? I mean, he's got greasy hair. He can't even talk well. And you feel threatened by that. And yet, when we say you cannot raise this flag, it is a threat. It is a threat to the diverse and beautiful population of Jersey City. You plug your ears? How? Please. Just, please.
Thank you.
Disgusting.
Our next speaker, 5.67, Lonzel. It's not here. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, 5.68, William.
Council, hello, Council. You all know who I am. I've been in private practice in this city for over 65 years. I'm coming to the aid of the College Venture Fund. You have in front of you a letter that was composed by me and sent to each of you because this is a very grave situation. I do not oppose progress, and right now what they've done is they're building on the zoning department has permitted them to build on every square inch on Wegman Court, number 13 Wegman Court. Every cubic inch is filled with construction. They're building a house in the front, they're building a house in the back. Instead of having a 36-inch walkway so that they can go from the back to the front for the people who live in the back, they have something like 30 inches, and they're allowed to get away with that. But the main problem here is the NJ problem, because the architects right on their front page say that we have got the approval of the adjoining property owners to go on their property, use their property as a staging area, and do whatever they like, essentially. And what they've done to this College Venture Fund, okay, is they've abused and just devastated the LLC. That's why they've asked me to come in and talk with you, because the zoning department, okay, has given it its approval, and Mr. Severini, okay, I talked to him personally, and he has done nothing. I've been working on this since January because they're taking advantage of our goodwill. One of the things that I have here in the letter, in the last paragraph, in the first paragraph here, and he has been notified by several council members of the alleged blatant criminal violation. Pam sent letters and pictures to Mr. Severini, actually showing a machine that has taken the ground topsoil and put it in their in their hole that they moved the witchcolor from. My time is up. I hope you guys can get back to me because we have to have this matter corrected.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.69, Annette. Let's bring the mic down to you, Annette.
I've heard a lot of really eloquent people come up here and talk about the Israeli flag raising, and I don't think I can speak as eloquently as they can, but I just want you to know, as a Jersey City resident, as a Jew, as a person with a child growing up in this country who is facing the anti-Semitism, and the reason is not because it's because of Israel. It's so sad what's going on. I don't understand how 50,000 people can die and 13,000 children. And we can live in this diverse city that claims to be so liberal and embracing, and and not show that humanity. I just don't understand. And I don't understand how you can tell the residents here or the people of New Jersey or the people of this country that we are so blind. I just don't. I'm sorry. I just don't get it. And I would like to see something different from the place that I live. I would like to see somebody take a stand and do something. Thanks.
Our next speaker, 5.70, Daniel.
Hello, I'm Daniel Santiago from Jersey City. I'm a teacher who was shot through the leg in the West Bank last summer on my second day there. I wanted to speak about the flag raising. I was volunteering with FASA, a protective presence organization that uses the power of our passport and documenting to provide a buffer between the Israeli army, settlers, and the Palestinians. This was during a weekly demonstration where Palestinians nonviolently try to go back to the land that was stolen from them, where a settlement was built upon. Immediately after Juma prayer, tear gas follows, then the live rounds. We had to run away, climb concrete walls, and continue to record. At one point, we were recording as the Israeli army was coming down from the roof and had to run through the olive grove behind us. I heard a loud bang, thinking a tear gas canister hit me. I was still limping away, not trying to get shot, when an anti-Zionist Jewish person came back to help me get away until we reached a clearing where the Palestinians lifted me up and I saw blood coming from my sweatpants. This is something they face in the West Bank daily. When I was in the hospital, I was shown an abundance of love. While I was there, a 12-year-old boy was bedridden because he was shot for playing soccer. 4 other children were shot, 3 in the leg and 1 in the shoulder. I was only in the hospital for 2 days. Because of the lack of media attention, another international activist, Aishanur Agi from Seattle, was shot from 2 football fields away in the head at the same demonstration. In short, 2-week stay I saw the occupation firsthand in a town called Kusra, where other volunteers would accompany farmers and shepherds because they get harassed and shot at daily. I heard stories of hundreds of settlers coming into the town, burn houses and cars, remnants I saw walking the streets, main streets blocked off by huge metal guards that were set up to restrict movement. Stories of what would take 5 to 10 minutes by car would take 45 minutes and some even hours long depending on checkpoints. Water tanks above Palestinian homes because Israel controls the water they are able to have. I witnessed the yellow lights of the Israeli army coming into the village, shooting tear gas, stun grenades, even bullets into the town. The last raid I witnessed resulted in a 9-year-old getting shot in the back. Even seeing videos from other volunteers clearly stating they are American, and the IOF stated that they will shoot at them with a countdown given. This is not the case for Palestinians. My favorite bittersweet memory was when we were with the children at the playground, picking flowers for volunteers, even being able to dance along to the music as much as I could. Hearing of the Holy Land of Palestine as a former Catholic, this was the closest I felt to heaven on earth. Children running freely with so much joy and love in their hearts, only able to do so because international volunteers were present. It had been almost a year since they were able to return. As a teacher who has worked with Jersey City youth from babies all the way to high school, I only wish Palestinians can grow up and survive this reality like I have seen in the city.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir.
And I hope you reconsider this Israeli flag raising.
Thank you. Next speaker, 5.71, Yasmin.
Hi, my name is Yasmin. I'm from Ward E. I'm so tired. This is absolutely insane. I'm also here to protest against the flag raising for the independence of Israel. I say independence because there's literally nothing about Israel that is independent. They're dependent on our tax money for their free health care. They're dependent on our tax money for their free college education. and they're dependent on our tax money for the bombs that they're dropping on children for the past year and a half. So, meanwhile, we live in a city. Jersey City, by the way, sent $12 million in tax money to Israel last year. And meanwhile, we live in a city, not only do we not have free health care because that would be communist, we don't even have access to mental health services. Our public education sucks. We have an affordability crisis. We have a rent crisis. We have a housing crisis. People can't live here. And meanwhile, we get to watch on Instagram a live stream genocide every day, children getting fucking murdered every single day. And then you want us to throw a party for these people? I think it's I have run out of words to describe reality over the past year and a half. I genuinely, I don't have the words to tell you what a deep shame and guilt I have for having to sit here and watch as you fraternize with people who are literally salivating over the idea of putting luxury high rises in Gaza on the bodies of dead children. Like, that's the kind of people that we are. I genuinely, it's mind blowing to me that I realize that politicians tend to not have a spine, but I didn't realize it was at such a, you guys are city council members for a city in New Jersey. You know what I mean? I would expect at least, let's become mayor first and then we can not have a spine. You know what I mean? Where is he, by the way? But yeah, so genuinely, it blows my mind. And the last minute Palestinian flag raising as though we're going to both sides the situation, mind blowing, man. They are getting bombed right now. Right now. People are getting bombed right now. They're getting murdered right now. And we're planning on throwing a flag raising for the rogue ethno state that's doing it. It's insane. It's absolutely mind blowing. I hope that, taking 5 hours for your city council hasn't ruined your night or whatever. Please cancel this flag raising. It's fucking insane that we even have to say it.
Time is up. Next speaker, 5.72, Morgan.
Good evening, Council. I am here as a proud resident of Ward B to speak in support of Maureen Hewlings. I've had the pleasure of knowing Maureen for 4 short years, and in those 4 years, I've seen her leadership skills in action, whether it be at the MUA, the St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, or president of the College Towers Co-op Board. That's just a few. I'm sure there's a ton I am not even touching that I don't even know of. She does this all on top of being a loving grandmother, a mother, and I hope she doesn't mind me saying, a great grandmother. It's this experience on top of what I already listed that makes me believe she will truly be a great asset to Ward B, who will listen to her constituents and understand it is important to tell the council of our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.73, Maureen. Okay. All right. No problem. Our next speaker, 5.74, Eugene.
Thank you, members of the council. I didn't expect to be called this early, though.
But
I'd like to also speak in favor of the appointment of Maureen Hewlings for Ward B Council. And Maureen has been a lifelong resident of Jersey City, as I have also. But she's not just a resident. She's involved in everything meaningful, or maybe not everything, almost everything meaningful that goes on in our city. And among the different, she volunteers St. Patrick's Parish Scholarship Committee. The parade was mentioned, the 200 Club, Dr. Lena Edwards, Academic Charter School Secretary. But it's not just the number and variety of organizations that Maureen participates in. It's the fact that she's not a passive member. She's active participant in all of these organizations. And some of the organizations, I dare say, wouldn't be able to exist without her. So as a council person, I think she'll be respectful, listen to people with different opinions, and I think she'll always vote according to her conscience what she believes is in the best interest of the people of Jersey City. Thank you.
You. Our next speaker, 5.75, Kathleen.
Hello, all. Very eventful evening. I'm here on behalf of Maureen Ewlings also, and Father Squio and Morgan stole everything I was going to say. So I'm going to keep it brief. But Maureen, I've known for many, many years. I have watched her work tirelessly on all the boards that she's involved in. And I always say to her, Maureen, I don't know how you do it, but you get it done. Ward B Maureen would be an asset for Ward B. She's a leader and she works tirelessly and she's a fair person. So please give her a vote and vote her in for council for Ward B. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.76, Peter.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of Maureen Ewlings. I believe that Maureen would be a great addition to this council. Her knowledge, experience, and involvement in so many facets of Jersey City life benefits all our residents already. She's a good listener and quite adept at creating solutions in complex situations. She's a friendly face in the neighborhood and stays in touch with what's on other people's minds. I enthusiastically support her in being voted in to make Jersey City a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.77, Shella.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shella Lane. I'm here to talk on behalf of Maureen Ewlings to be considered a candidate for Ward B. Basically, everybody's saying what I would like to say, but I can only tell you about my experience with her. I've known her for over 15 years, and she has done great things for me by letting me be in College Towers. And whenever I have a question or a situation, you know, she's on hands with me. I can call her on the phone. I can even go to her job. You know, she never turns me down. And if she don't have the answer for me, she'll get the answer. And I feel that she'll be a great asset to your council. That's it. Oh, hi, Amy.
Next speaker, 5.78, Mike.
Good evening, all. Sorry if I seem a little distracted. I have to monitor my phone. I jointly care for my 98-year-old dad and my 93-year-old mom. I came here for one purpose, but in seeing something that came up, I have to speak on this 128 Glenwood Avenue. I mean, I came to meet Nathan and Sharon on this because I had a problem with the same developer, really made a shit out of a neighborhood. And I saw the genuine concept in these people with McGinley Square and everything else. So I implore that we support them and approve this 25-264. My main goal here my initial reason is to support Maureen Ewlings for the Ward B spot. I've known her over 45, 50 years. I remember the days where with Bill Gorhan, Tom DeGeese, got things done in the community, be it a driveway, tree trim, catch basin clean. She's a doer. I don't think we'd have a St. Patrick's Day parade anymore if it wasn't for her leadership and everybody else. She knows how to articulate, and she's a doer. She's going to be there. She's going to hit the ground running. There's no on-the-job training with her. She knows how to get things done. Her credentials far exceed any requirement for the job. She's gentle, yet she's firm. She knows how to handle people. She knows keep people at the right places. We've watched her resolve problems even now, giving out scholarships, rewarding first responders with the 200 Club, people who risk their lives to save other lives. I think she would be a tremendous asset as a lifelong resident of Jersey City, knowing the needs of the community. She's been doing it. She'll continue doing it in an official capacity. I appreciate your consideration for her as Ward B counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.79, Rich.
Good evening, council members. As many of you know, my name is Rich Hadis. I serve as the Director of Engineering for the Jersey City MUA. I am here tonight in an official capacity to support the appointment of Maureen Ewlings to the Ward B council seat and to provide a very practical reason that I urge you to consider in your decision, namely, very simply, but most importantly, that Maureen will be a great councilwoman. I have worked with Maureen very closely for several years and can speak not only to her leadership abilities, but also to her tireless dedication to everything that she does. I can tell you without hesitation that as a councilwoman, Maureen will be responsive. She will be prepared and will show relentless concern for the community, as she does with all her commitments. Maureen will undoubtedly give her all, and what more could any community ask for? I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, 5.80, former council president, Peter.
Good evening, council president. Good evening, council members. It's been a long time since I've been in these council chambers, but it seems like some things never change. These meetings are just crazy as ever. And Sean, Robert would be very proud of you the way you conducted this meeting tonight. But I'm here in support of Maureen Ewlings for the Ward B seat. Everybody knows Maureen up here. We don't have to go over everything, what Maureen did or who she is. She would go into Ward B running and never stop, because that's the way she is. I even said to her, Maureen, are you crazy? You want to be a council person? Take it from me. But she says, Pete, I always wanted to be a council person. Now this came up, and I want to do it for the next 9 months. So I appreciate it if you vote in favor of Maureen for the seat for Ward B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude our public speakers for tonight. All right. So on to our petitions and communications. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 6.30? Hearing none, there are no officer communications or reported directors, so we're going to go right on to our claims and addendum number 1. So council members are going to be taking a vote on claims and addendum number 1. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGeese. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Claims and addendum number 1 are approved unanimously 8-0. Before we go on to our resolutions, I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Business Administrator, Peter Horton.
Yes, there's one change, Council. We're going to have to withdraw item 10.4. That's Resolution 25264. We received a letter from the attorney and the property owner today. There's some legal issues that were brought up that we really need to address before we go forward with it. So we want to make it committed to doing that. You've heard tonight how passionate everyone is about it. So I'm committed to going forward to make sure we update you, provide you all the information going forward, and find out how we can try to rectify everything.
If I can just pause for a second, my understanding is there's a deadline associated with this grant. So if we don't vote it on this meeting, we miss the deadline.
The deadline is the end of April. So we're going to try to find a way to either extend it or see if there's anything else we can do to revive it. With the legal issues, we really can't go forward with it because the application might not pass anyway.
Is there a downside? I understand. If we had another 2 weeks, perfect, we can figure this out in 2 weeks. But because we don't have 2 weeks, as I understand, obviously the owner of this lot isn't agreeing to sell, but what this enables us to do, it enables us to make an offer. So are we sort of violating anyone's rights in that situation, or are we just simply creating the option and see what they say?
There's multiple aspects to it. There's a lawsuit that's pending. There's some zoning information that's pending. Particularly with this one, there's a requirement for the application that an owner has to consent to it, and we don't have that consent right now. So if the application were to go forward, even if we make an offer, nothing can come from the actual historic trust fund.
Okay, so the owner has to consent to the application. Okay, but because we don't have time to put something else up, is there any downside to us voting on this and trying between now and April 30th to at least try to move it forward?
I would have to defer to the law department to see if there's anything with the litigation that might be an issue. But I don't, at this point, I don't think the application could be accepted by the historic preservation or pass the acceptance from that.
I think they can vote to authorize it. If we withhold submitting the application because of the legal issues, we can do that. But if there is a concern that this is the last deadline to get it done, and we might be able to resolve something before the deadline, that at least gives you the ability to move forward with it.
So it's my understanding the lawsuit's being heard next week, April 30th. I don't know if that would give us time to pass the deadline, depending on what happened with the lawsuit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my ask would be to just keep it on, and look, if we vote in favor of it, again, it would be everyone's personal decision to vote. If we do vote in favor of it, it doesn't. Again, I don't think it's forcing us to do anything, unless I'm mistaken. It just gives us the option if it does work out.
It's not just the opposite; it's partnering with them to put the application forward.
Okay. Okay.
So I know there was a lot of back and forth, so we are still withdrawing 10.4, correct?
The administration wants to withdraw 10.4.
All right. Thank you. So with that being said, council members are going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.11 with the exception of 10.4, which has been withdrawn. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Just briefly, I understand is again our rules of procedure. The administration put up 10.4 so they can withdraw it. What I would just say would be, in the next 48 hours, if we do our research and we find that we are able to do this, would talk to the council president about the ability of doing a special meeting to try to make our April 30th deadline that's coming up. But I will look into it in the next 48 hours and see what we can do on that front. In terms of the rest of the resolutions.
We'll go to 10.11.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'll abstain at 10.8, and then I'll vote aye on all the rest.
You're abstaining on 10.8 and aye on all the rest, correct?
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Councilperson Gilmore. Say aye. Thank you. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Okay, items 10.1 through 10.3 are approved unanimously 8-0. 10.4 has been withdrawn. 10.5 through 10.7 is approved unanimously 8-0. 10.8 is approved 7-1, with Councilperson Solomon voting no. And items 10.9 through 10.11 are approved 8-0. On to our next set of resolutions. Council members will be taking a vote on items 10.12 through 10.22. 10.12 through 10.22. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
No on 1014, aye on the rest.
No on 14 and aye on the rest. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
So just briefly, I wanted to respond to one of the comments in public session about 10.15, the spending plan for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So this plan was developed with all of the council, and all 9 of us met with the administration, and it is a legally required document for us to be able to spend certain affordable housing trust dollars that we collect. But the primary bulk of that is what we're collecting from the residential development fees that we've unanimously voted to put in place that were opposed by real estate developers across the city. So the spending plan is very much a document that is about pushing and supporting affordable housing in Jersey City. The reason 20% is going to administrative costs is legally you can only fund the right to counsel program through the administrative costs. So you have to put the money in that bucket, which is why you have to give to the full 20% there so you can actually fund right to counsel through that program. And that's based on state regulations. And then the additional things include affordable housing production, includes affordability assistance, emergency rental assistance, buy downs to lower rents from 80% AMI to 50 or 30%. You know, it was a product of lots of conversations, but I'm very proud of it. I think on the whole, it is a document that is very much designed to create, projects $60 million of new affordable housing spending that we otherwise didn't have in the next decade, and hopefully more. So I think it's something that we'll be talking about, all the things that are in there. I just wanted to put all those things on the record and then vote aye for all.
Thank you. Councilperson Gilmore.
I'm abstaining on 1018 and aye on the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Council President, I can't hear you.
I have to abstain on 10.14 and aye on all the rest.
Thank you. All righty. If I can just recap, items 10.12 through 10.13 are approved unanimously 8-0. Item 10.14 is approved 6-1-1, with Councilperson Baggiano voting no and Council President Waterman abstaining. Items 10.15 through 10.17 are approved unanimously 8-0. Item 10.18 is approved 7-0-1, with Councilperson Gilmore abstaining. And items 19 through 22 are approved unanimously 8-0. Okay, council members, for the balance of the resolutions, we're going to go from 10.23 to the very last item, 10.36.
Oh, Sean, before we do that, I just want to say with regards to 10.34, I know a lot of people did come out speaking in favor of Maureen. And my whole position is that the process has to be fair. In essence, and a lot of me feel bad that she's been put in this position not to be nominated, but in a position where it's not a fair and equitable process. So I just think that we can't in one light say that we are looking out for the best interests of the city when it comes to being fair and transparent, but it only applies to certain instances and certain people. It shouldn't matter whether a council person make the recommendation, the mayor makes the recommendation, the community makes the recommendation, a block association make the recommendation. The process should be fair, irregardless of who's the entity or individual putting this person up for vote. So now we have it where it's kind of like, all right, because the mayor wants this appointment, we got to go and vote on it, right? It shouldn't be like that. Everyone should have the opportunity to apply. Everyone should have the opportunity to give their pitch on why they think they deserve to be the next council person. So for me, I just think that it's wrong. It's wrong to do it this way. We constantly get ourselves in trouble when we allow people to it's almost like I hate to say it's almost like a dictatorship, right? It's a, hey, this person here, either you vote for them or against them. It's not even a matter of me not thinking she's a good candidate. Again, it's the process. We can't constantly keep moving the goalposts in the middle of the game. The rules are laid out. We clearly just went over this a couple months ago, right? People have submitted their resumes because they want to be considered. At the very least, how do we take away that right for them to be considered? It's not fair and it's not right, right? And one light, you people are, oh, the party bosses want to choose and blah, blah. And then people, we turn around and we do the same thing. Either we for a fair and equitable process or we not. Not fair when it's beneficial to us. It just has to be fair across the board. And this is the stuff that angers me right here. It angers me because people are looking like, well, you guys just said that, but now you're going against that. Which one is it? And this is what get people angry in a nutshell with politics. No one likes us, right? Because we say one thing and we do another thing. So that's what I have to say on that. I would really like to make a motion to at least carry this thing into the next meeting. I'm going to make myself available to try to interview and talk to all the people who have reached out thus far, which is a handful of people. And, I just think that that's the fair thing to do. So in light of all that, I mean, I'll make a motion to, I guess, carry it to withdraw. Why withdraw instead of?
Same thing, carrying and withdrawing is.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So I'll make a motion to withdraw again, just so we respect the process. And she may very well be the most qualified person for the job, right? But let the process dictate that. I don't think it's right for us to be the arresting officer, the grand jury, the regular jury, the judge, the prosecutor. There's steps that we have to go by. So I think we should, utilize those steps. So I'll make that motion.
So I have a motion to withdraw item 10.34, resolution 25-294 from the agenda by Councilperson Gilmore. May I have a second?
I'll make my comments during vote, but I will second it.
Seconded by Councilperson Solomon. On the motion to withdraw item 10.34, resolution 25-294 from the agenda, Councilperson Ridley.
Oh, what I'll say is I don't mind waiting till the next meeting to make a decision, but I think that while I understand the concern and I do agree that we have to be transparent and give everybody a fair shake, I also believe that as a council we have to take some accountability also, because if we're not going to nominate someone else or put a resolution for someone else, then we are going to be essentially wasting people's time. We did receive resumes and nobody put those people up. And the administration did put someone up. And we know we've all sat here long enough, and we know that the administration is going to move, and none of us moved. So that is on us. So I just want to point that out. And like I said, I'm fine with doing it either way, but we also have to take some accountability as a council. It's our job to make sure that we are putting stuff on the agenda and that we are making and setting the rules. So if we want to wait, I'll vote aye to wait, but we have to take that accountability.
So you're voting aye on the motion? Okay. Councilperson Baggiano.
No.
Councilperson Saleh.
I'm going to vote, this is to withdraw.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no. I believe that, you know, Ward B needs representation right now. I believe that that's going to be another 2 weeks where calls aren't answered. And we have to take responsibility as a council. If we were going to proffer a candidate, it could have happened 2 weeks ago. Someone could have put up their name and said like, hey, you know, we knew about it. And Ward B, those calls are going to get unanswered. Those emails will be unanswered, and it's not fair to the people of Ward B. And it's an election year, and I believe anyone that feels that they are capable of running Ward B should run to the clerk's office, grab a set of petitions, and make your case. Until then, there needs to be a steady hand at the ship. She's not running for re-election. She's just there as a caretaker. Okay, like that's why I vote no for withdrawing.
Councilperson Solomon.
Sure. Just briefly, the kind words of support for Ms. Hewlings that were said today will all be true in 2 weeks. And while the prior 2 times this happened in both Ward D and in Ward F, it was demonstrated that you can have an open process that is fair. It doesn't mean everyone's going to follow it, but you can. And we were notified of the vacancy, obviously, at the end of our last council meeting. So it's not something that people have known about for a very long period of time. It came by very quickly. We received a few resumes over the course of the last week, but we just received a resume yesterday from a former Ward B council person who would obviously be extraordinarily well qualified and should be considered. So it's hard to say, well, we've considered every candidate when we got a resume yesterday. A resume from an extremely well-qualified possible candidate. And I agree, frankly, with Councilwoman Gilmore's point that at the same time, there is a statewide conversation about reforming the way we do politics in New Jersey. We're not practicing what we preach here in Jersey City, and that we are trying to just move forward quickly with a name, as opposed to setting a clear, fair process that every single person could have agreed upon. And that's not to, again, speak to the individual whose name is before us. And I, not going to say anything negative because it's not about that. It's about being able to go to the residents of Ward B and say, we set a clear process. We had considered every candidate. Each of us then decided who we think is the right person. We then had a vote, and ultimately a majority decided upon the interim Ward B councilman or the temporary Ward B council person. That I think would have been a much fairer, better process. So again, I don't see any harm in waiting 2 weeks other than, yes, you'll have some constituent services over 2 weeks not handled, but we also have 3 at-large council people. We have the 5 rest of us who can step up. We have an entire administration in RRC. There's really no harm to a 2-week wait. Give us all the time to do the interviews, interview the person who raised their hand just yesterday, and be able to then go to the residents of Ward B and say very clearly, we considered every candidate, and here's why I think this person is the best choice. So with that, I vote aye for the motion.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I just want to say, Maureen, I really hate that you have to go through this. But, just listening to all of the characteristics that people were describing with you, and the word that comes up, which applied to this instance, is she's fair. She's fair. It's one of the principles she stand on. She's fair. So if we're asking for a fair process, right? What Why don't we just have a fair process? I would really wish if the administration would have just put forth all three of the candidates that applied. It was only three, and then let us choose amongst the people that apply. But again, they said, all right, we think this person would be the best. Here, vote on it, yes or no. It's not a fair process, right? Are we in the business of doing what's right? Are we in the business of talking about what's right and what's wrong? Right? So I vote aye to withdraw.
Councilperson DeGise,
No.
Councilperson Rivera,
No.
and Council President Waterman.
I lost my voice. It goes in and out. Sitting on this council, when there's a vacancy, I see how we operate here. Now, when we had a vacancy for recreation, there was a a resolution put forth for a gentleman that none of us had an opportunity to speak to, but it was on the agenda. Okay. The councilman put that forth because that is his right. And we know that the director was leaving that department. But that was his right to put it forth, and was our responsibility to vote on it, or to agree or not to agree. But he had put it forth before any of us even put up another candidate for a director. We knew Councilwoman Prince Airy left last council meeting. None of us put anybody up forth. We just didn't. We had an opportunity to do that. The administrator put somebody forth. Now we're trying to say this wasn't a fair process. But when I look back at when the councilman put the recreation director up forth, none of us saw that until the person walked in the chambers. But we had to vote. We voted down because we didn't talk to the person. That's what we did. But I just want people to know this is what has been going on here. It's not like we're doing this for that person and that for that person. It gets confusing because you know why? When it's time for us to put anything up, we want it to go our way. But if we want a fair process, then do the fair process. Then we all have a right to put someone up. None of us did it. None of us did it. The administrator did it. So now we are just making a choice. Should we vote for or should we not? That's all this is. And that happened before when the recreation director left. It was the same thing that we're doing now. So with that, that's why I'm voting no.
Motion to withdraw item 10.34, resolution 25-294 from the agenda fails. 3, 5, with council members Ridley, Solomon, and Gilmore voting in the affirmative. So it is defeated. Council members, I'm going to be taking a vote on items 10.23 through 10.36, the exception of 10.33, which was approved earlier. Councilperson Ridley.
So on 1034, I want to say that Maureen, I have had the pleasure of working with you. You were previously in my ward. I know your work ethic. I don't have a doubt in my mind that you will take this position seriously and that you will do a great job as the councilwoman for the term, until this term is up. If you are voted on tonight, I would also like to say that Ward B has been through a lot through the years with changing of council people. And this is something that happens. It's happened across a lot of different administrations. And it's something that has been going on this council for years every time someone leaves. But I do have the confidence that Maureen will fill the seat and be a great asset to the council. So with that, I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Saleh.
10:30. The helicopters that are flying all around Jersey City and Hoboken are literally terrorizing our communities, and they need to be stopped immediately by the FAA or through the immediate passage of Assembly Bill A1371, and the state Senate needs to act immediately as well to pass that, to ban tourist and recreational helicopters. Our people have had enough, and we need it to stop now. When it comes to 1034, each council person can make their own process, right? I interviewed with every council person. Every council person had a different set of questions, different process, and ultimately it's on us. Okay. We sat after the council meeting 2 weeks ago in the council office and we wished Councilwoman Prinzeri goodbye because she broke the news to us. And since then, we could have proffered someone and put a resolution up, or people could have reached out when they heard the news on Monday. And, you know, I love Danielle Maney. She is a Ward B resident and she knows Ward B like the back of her hand. And if not for Maureen, I would definitely be supporting you. And I know Maureen is going to serve the people of Ward B honorably and diligently. And that's why I support her. And I know she's going to be a steady hand. She knows everything that she needs to know. There's not going to be any learning curve. And that's important. And, you know, there always is a learning curve usually with government when you're new, but she's been around the block and she's just doing it to serve Ward B. With that, I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Sure. So I will be voting aye for all except on 1034, and I'll be voting no. And I know based on the prior way the votes go, I could issue an early congratulations. But if you don't think the process is good, you can't then vote yes on the nomination. So that is my vote aye for all except no on 1034.
Okay. Councilperson Gilmore.
Oh, jeez. Goodness, right. Just say this. It's been a long night. It's been a long 4 years or however long I was up here. I just want to say that I just have faith in one day that the people will prevail. I'll say that. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll vote no on 34. And again, Maureen, this is nothing personally against you. I don't know you. I have nothing to say negative about you. I just try to, in good conscience, just try to be fair with everybody. You know, I even do it with my kid, I just tried to be like that. I just tried to have a fair process. So this is not a no to say that you're incapable, that you're not deserving. This is essentially no because the process in which this transpired, again, it is not fair. You can consult the records. You can see how many times things were put forth. And in light of all of that, because I don't want to go through this again, if the administration can tell us so the director was appointed and it's only 90 days. When is the 90 days up? When can we submit? When can we interview people? Because the administration, you guys just play these games over and over and over and over. And for some reason, you have a mayor that thinks he's smarter than everybody else with all this foolery that's going on. So, Peter, if you can tell me the 90 days is up for the rec director, how are we going about this? Because at this point, can you just tell me that, Peter, please?
Yeah, Councilman, I don't have the exact appointment date in front of me, so I can't give you the specific date, but I can send you an email tomorrow with it and
Yes.
then let us know how we can go forward to address it.
All right, thank you. All right, Sean. I vote no on 34 and aye on the rest.
Okay. Thank you. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye. Congratulations.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, if I can just recap, items 10.23 through 10.33 are approved unanimously 8-0. Item 10.34 is approved 6-2 with council members Solomon and Gilmore voting no. And items 10.35 and 36 are approved unanimously 8-0. With that being said, may I have the magic words? Having a motion to adjourn at 11:20 p.m. Motion was made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. All council members by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 11:20 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone.